Alrighty, am I muted this time? I don't think so. Good evening, Mr. Zoran and Mr. Anderson. Oh, right. Have you watched Men in Black? No, was it Men in Black? No, it was Matrix, right? Mr. Anderson. What's up, Vladimir? How are you doing, all of you? Yes, yes, yes. How this works for me? Why don't I have... I can see my chat on my stream, which is fine. Hello, Mr. Del Anderson. Yes, why don't I see it on my other browser? Maybe because the white background? No. Let me check this. Copy. Paste. This is a bit odd. Oh, now I can see it. Goody, goody, goody. Okay. Looks nice. I'm just talking to myself. Yeah, I know, I know. I know, I know. I'm trying to figure out how to watch in the first time watching this booted in Linux on bare metal. What is booted on bare metal? Oh, it's colon word colon. Del is enough, but no relation to company. I know Del is enough, but but Mr. Anderson kind of reminds me of a movie. The vibe of saying this out loud. I'm kind of multi-streaming again to see if anyone on Twitch would be ever interested in learning Linux. So I kind of have a huge like text of chat in front of me. Like let me attempt to show it to you. I can do that. Yeah, this is a little bit big. That's what she said. So this and this, yeah. So I have this have this big chat on my other stream on my other screen, right? So I'm trying to read from that instead, right? So if like this happens, right, then I can read it from Twitch, right? Oh, you can't see it, but on the right side of the where the YouTube signs are, right, there is a little Twitch sign. NAD, it is faster. Why Agent Smith always calls Neo Mr. Anderson in the Matrix, as not in VM, system booted straight from external? Okie dokie. So, how are you feeling, guys? What's on the program tonight? What is on the program tonight? I have a small hardware issue with my server at home. Apparently, it has some kind of network card problem. Network card simply stops working, and then you have to restart the networking. But then the host starts talking to the network again, but virtual machines don't. I didn't figure out what else I need to restart, but I found some ETH tool switches that I can use to well, stop the problems happening on my network card. I'm not. I know. I'm talking gibberish now, but that's just what was going on through my head today, fixing my server. Zona says fun with Linux is on the program this evening. Yeah. Of course, I use the super key and full stop. Vladimir says, and then copy paste in chat. For the emoji. That's super key and full stop is to call the emoji window on KDE and Windows. Dell says typing slow with one hand today, so won't always reply quickly. Well, that is fine. That is fine. That is always fine. No getting cold with my coffee today. Depends on what hand, left or right. I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna leave it at that. Yeah. It's 7:03 already. I'm learning about hasher gears, and I'm feeling humbled about how much I don't know. I don't even know what hasher gears is. Gears is a program for reading email. That much I know. How do you feel about starting immediately, or do you want to give other people a chance to join? Let's go, says Dell with one hand. If you start at 7:10, I'm okay, Zoran says. Let's switch to the... okay, we don't really... I don't know. Maybe we can pull this away. I don't need my OBS on that screen. And... okay. I started... Gears Hasher is alternative Linux system for building packages, RPM, kernel, whatever. Ah, okay. I remember you talking about it for a while. Today I have been tinkering with my new PeerTube, which is hosted on this address, right? video.fosshq.org. If you want to check it out, I can paste it in chat. Not sure if that's clickable or not, but it is what it is. It's been a really strange roller coaster of a ride. I told it to grab all my videos, and it only grabbed shorts like immediately, and shorts are working fine. Let me just check my OBS if my desktop is muted. No, it's not, so you can hear me talking like the Linux Classroom if I press play on this. You know what is absolutely amazing? Ever since we started... Right, so you heard me talking, right, on this short, and if you click the gear. You can choose the quality, and there are different resolutions, right? There is no option for audio only. Like 18 minutes ago, and the first full format video, right? The not short one. And when I play this one, there is only audio, right? So no video at all, and you can actually hear me talk. No idea what's that about. So it's kind of interesting. Not sure if it's still encoding or what the hell is going on, but what troubles me is basically it has published a video before finishing the encoding process. So that's kind of super problematic, I would say. I mean, if people get notifications for a new video and there is no picture, that's kind of not good. That's kind of not good. I would prefer if it finishes encoding first and then publishes the video. But at this moment, I'm not even sure that it is still working on this video at all. Or maybe it has finished working on this video and switched to a next one. So it's kind of odd. Steve says, what is the easiest way to store a long path variable to be reused for multiple commands? Long path variable. Let me just think about what do you mean by that long path variable? How is a variable even having a path? That part I don't understand. Variable is not supposed to be a path. Or do you mean a content of a variable is a string that just happens to be a path? Vladimir says it will be cool to see Goofer, Foss HQ, everyone loves pets. I'm not a Goofer person in the sense I haven't been in touch with that software when I was younger. I might try it. But we'll see. We'll see. I can put a whole lot of services on this domain. Del says we can't hear the audio, and Zoran says he did hear it. The audio was very quiet, so don't worry about it. It did play. It was just quiet. But the bigger problem than you not hearing the audio is the fact that there is no video, right? Steve says like a long path, but you mean string, right? I mean a path. As far as I know, right, the path cannot be a variable, but a string, like you're talking about a really long string, right? So it doesn't matter that it is a path. It's just a huge string, right? Also, where are you programming given? In Bash? Is it a Bash script or what? Okay. So you want to store a huge string basically in a Bash script. So what is the what is the actual problem? I mean, what is the problem that you encountered? Yeah, I was getting to that, Zoran. I just wanted to see what he's working on to better understand it. But basically, Zoran already gave you an answer to which we are all heading for. or just put the quotation marks? Someone said that we should start at 7:10 at the latest. So let's ignore my PeerTube for a moment. And let's switch to something actually useful. To be used with Linux utils like copy, rsync, and move. Ah, so you want to copy? Okay. Now I'm getting a better idea on what you're doing. So it's not. I am thinking, but other guys in chat may be a lot faster than I am. I would have to try it out. I'm not sure if alias can work in this way. He wants to copy. I don't know. It feels a bit weird. I mean, it could work as a part of a script without any issues as a variable. Yeah, but I'm not exactly sure about just raw command line usage. I don't know. I'm gonna have to start with the actual content now. You guys, if you want to rack your brain about this, feel free to do it. Okay, my camera is on the lower right. That should be fine for the for what we are about to do. Oh, lag is soft on the Twitch stream. I didn't actually see you on my main chat window. Lag is soft. YouTube people can scrub, but Twitch can't. That's why people have intros on Twitch. Lag is soft. What do you mean YouTube people can scrub, but Twitch can't? That's why people have intros on Twitch. What do you mean by scrub? I know what scrubbing is when you fast forward in a video, but I'm not sure what you meant on this. Okay, I need to really configure a lot of stuff for Twitch because I just got a notification for I have no idea what, and another one. David Zientara with the 5 American. Thank you very much for that. Thanks a lot. And I have no idea what was the other notification for. I really have to do harder in setting things up properly. But yeah, David, thanks a lot. And let's do some work. Actually, that's the first word that I need to read. Okay, back to my chat. Okay. So, lesson 103, the first one. Work on the command line. Are you ready? Like, raise your paws, all of the dogs, raise your hands, all of the people, and cats too. Shall we? I mean, we are always late, so let's be somewhat faster this time because it's going to be a little bit harder. Philcon, welcome into the stream. And my chat is still not refreshing. which is super weird. Like, this is a bit useless. Like, look, so it says let's go here. It says let's go here, but not on my actual, on my other. I suppose I'm gonna have to read the two chats from Twitch and from YouTube. It is what it is. Okay. Except we're missing Alexei and Mark. Well, Mark will join whenever, and Iceblade will join, with an hour delay, like always. Alexei will join at his own convenience. So I think we're good. I think we're good. Philcon says, I'm not sure, but I think there is some rule about showing Twitch chat with YouTube together. You can for sure show one of them. Rule? What do you mean by rule? It's, look, I just typed something on Twitch, and you can clearly see it on, you can clearly see it as a last message. And if you check the icon on the right side of my test message, you can see that I typed it on Twitch. As for the rules, I don't know. It's possible, but not allowed. If they don't want, me to use their platform, they can just tell me not to use their platform, and I'm perfectly fine with that. I can use my own platform. And honestly, I'm a really small content creator with a really small follower base, and if they want me, Kaden, hello and welcome into the chat. If they want to give me trouble for using chat, I mean, there are so many other people who violate all kinds of stuff, right? And if this is what bothers them, then feel free to disable my access to their service, right? Del Anderson says Twitch chat doesn't show in YouTube sidebar. Of course it doesn't. Why would Twitch chat show in YouTube sidebar? Twitch chat shows in Twitch sidebar. Kaden says ads. You have ads? Yeah, but it would be sad if they deleted your VODs. Well, Twitch always deletes my VODs. I'm not a partner. They delete all my VODs after 2 weeks. So no VODs for me on Twitch. So not a big issue if they delete them faster. I mean, I'm not allowed, as an affiliate, I'm not allowed to store videos for more than 2 weeks. Kaden says no one cares about multi-streaming. But, I got you. I got you on the chat, right? Through the multi-streaming. But then again, you could join over YouTube as well. So it's not a big deal, I think. I just wanted to see if it makes sense for me to multi-stream. That's all. I can do that for a while, and if it's not against terms of service, even better then, even better. But I just wanted to say I want to do this for a while, and if nobody really joins over time, I mean, on the first stream and the second stream, I don't expect anyone to randomly join my Twitch stream because I didn't even advertise it anywhere. But if people randomly join and get hooked up, then I'm gonna keep doing it, right? But after a month, if literally nobody joins except the people who already follow me there, and most people who follow me on Twitch, if not all of them, are here for video games. So I have something like, actually I can see it, 174 followers on Twitch. So these 174, I would say like maybe 170 have joined me for video games. And now they are kind of disappointed. You have like 1 minute delay. I shouldn't be having a delay. Let's do some stuff. There will be no chat on the screen anymore because I need the entire stream for the lesson. So I'm just gonna read. I'm just gonna read aloud what people say from both of the chats to the best of my abilities. I should actually move my Twitch chat to the left as far as I can. So it's a bit aligned with, let me just rearrange my stuff a little bit. Okay, now my Twitch. You do lol like a bad delay? No, I don't. I don't have a delay. But it's fine. Even if there is a delay, I don't really care right now. We have to start doing some work. Let me just check which screen I'm on. Okay, good. Guys and girls and cats and dogs. Key knowledge areas. Use single shell commands and one-line command sequences to perform basic tasks. Use and modify the shell environment, including defining, referencing, and exporting environment variables. This could be useful for Steve. Was it Steve? Yeah, it was Steve. This could be useful for Steve and his programming today. Use and edit command history. Invoke commands inside and outside the defined path. Partial list of the used files, terms and utilities: bash, echo, environment, export, password set, and set type, which manual, uname, history, bash history, and something called coding. Goody. Okay. Introduction. Newcomers to the world of Linux administration and the bash shell often feel a bit lost without the reassuring comforts of a graphical user interface. They are used to having right-click access to the visual cues and contextual information that graphics file manager utilities make available. So it is important to quickly learn and master the relatively small set of command line tools through which you can instantly tap into all the data offered by your old graphical user interface and more. PWD isn't password. Oh, print working directory. Yeah, right. Well, thank you for correcting me, but fast reading is not that. I can read faster, but I cannot think while reading faster because I put all my concentration in trying to read the words as they should be read. Vladimir, thanks. Getting system information while staring. Okay, while staring at the flashing rectangle of a command line prompt, your first question will probably be, where am I? Or more precisely, where in the Linux file system am I right now? And if, say, I created a new file, where would it live? What you're after here is your present work directory, and the present work directory command will tell you what you want to know. So type pvd and voila, we are in the directory called Frank. And we can play around with this because why not? Let's give it, let's put it somewhere here. Right, I am on a remote server, but that doesn't matter too much. And it's pretty visible. Let's decrease this to over here maybe. Okay. Assuming that Frank is currently logged, it's not Frank, it's Dart, but never mind. Assuming that Frank is currently logged on into the system and he is now in his home directory, home Frank. Yeah, that's where we are. Should Frank create an empty file using the touch command without specifying any other location in the file system, the file will be created within home Frank. Listing the directory contents using ls will show us that new file, right? So I know that all of you already know this, but there just may be someone watching this video on demand and wondering what we're talking about. So let's touch a new file. Touch new file, right? And now we have a new file, right, in our current directory, along with another folder that I use for programming. Besides your location in the file system, you will often want information about the Linux system you're running. This might include the exact release number of your distribution or the Linux kernel version that is currently loaded. The uname tool is what you're after here. And in particular, uname using the -a option for all of the information, right? Uname -a, right? So you're using kernel 6.12.12 from Debian backports. Yeah, x86 system. Uname -a. Vladimir is listing his own system to a 6.12.19 alt. Okay. Here, uname shows that Frank's machine has Linux kernel version 4.18.0 installed and is running Ubuntu 18.04 on a 64-bit x86 CPU. Okay. Getting command information. You will often come across documentation talking about Linux commands which you're not yet familiar. Okay, everyone is chat listing their own systems. Good stuff. Arch Linux 6.13.7 for Filcon. The command line itself offers all kinds of helpful information on what commands do and how to effectively use them. Perhaps the most useful is found within the many files of the manual system. Better alternative is too long, didn't read. To man or cheat, Zoran says in the chat. Okay. As a rule, Linux developers write man files and distribute them along with the utilities they create. Man files are highly structured documents whose contents are intuitively divided by standard section headings. Typing man followed by the name of a command will give you information that includes the command name, a brief usage synopsis, a more detailed description, and some important historical and licensing background. Vladimir says man for the win. Let's man the uname command, right? So I think this is visible enough. I don't want to increase the window size just yet. Install TLDR with your preferred package manager and try it. Maybe I will try it, but not just yet. Let's do the lesson first. Just use less term cap for coloring. I'm confused. Uname, print system information, right? Synopsis, uname, and some options. Description, print certain system information with no options, same as -s. So -s is just the kernel name. -a print all information, except omit the -p and -i if unknown. N is node name, print the network node host name, print the kernel release, print the kernel version, print the machine hardware name, print the processor type, print the hardware platform, print the operating system, and that's about it. Copyright license GPL version 3 plus. As Zoran says, TLDR is a tool which you can install with a package manager. Okay, let's do it. Downloading TLDR pages. Oh, TLDR exits to the command line. Okay, so what is TLDR doing for us here compared to manual? Too long didn't read, right? It's not that much shorter, except it's not really giving us all of the functions, right? Do I need to install man to use the command? Usually no. How did I enable colors in the man pages? I didn't. It could be my shell. Let me check. Let me check with bash. Man uname. Nope, it's not my shell. Maybe it's my terminal emulator. Xterm. Sorry. Man uname. Okay, so it's not colored on my Arch Linux, but it's colored on my Debian Linux. Okay, it must be something automatically set by default on Debian, because on Arch Linux it's not colored. Vladimir says you have colors in man. Try export grep term. It's the same terminal. Color term equals yes, and term equals xterm kitty. That's on my Debian system, and on my Arch, color term equals true color. So this is even more. This is even more than just color term. Color term equals yes. I don't know. I don't know. Guys, try to do the color term equals yes and see if that fixes it for you. Actually, I can do that as well. Nope, not that. Man color equals 1. Grep man. Nope, that's not what I have exported here. I mean, I don't have that on Debian. Why are we guessing all this? It's not a part of the lesson. derailing us a little bit too much. Vladimir, you're doing a lot of guesses there. Maybe you can try to make it work for yourself and then share with everyone else, because your last 5 messages look like you're trying to guess. I'm just saying. Anyways, the color thingy seems to be by default on Debian. So take it as you will. But you can ask the internet why is it colored. Let's try not to waste 5 hours on this lesson, because it shouldn't be that difficult. But if we don't do it and just talk about everything else, then the actual lesson, then we are going to take 5 hours. Okay, so here's the example that we already went through. Man only works when you give it an exact command name. If, however, you're not sure about the name of the command you're after, you can use the apropos command to search through the man page names and descriptions. Okay, this is useful. Assuming, for instance, that you cannot remember that it is uname that will give you your current Linux kernel version, you can pass the word kernel to the apropos. You will probably get many lines of output, but they should include these. Okay, I didn't even know about this command, so that's kind of neat. Let's kill the Arch tab. Apropos. What does apropos mean as an English word? I know what appropriate means, but is this word related to being appropriated, or is this something completely different? Okay, so kernel. Okay. Kernel. Okay, apropos kernel. Add key. Add a key to the kernel's management facility. App armor. Kernel enhancement to confine programs to a limited. The term apropos is often used in English to mean relevant or pertinent. I don't even know what pertinent means, but I know what relevant is, so I guess that concludes our business here. Zoran, thank you very much. Okay, so what is relevant to this word, I suppose? Dell says appropriate for situation or context. Okay, that makes even more sense in this context here. It is going to be a bit hard for me to remember this command, but that's why I'm talking about it so much, what it means in English, so I can try to remember it more easily, right? Because there actually are quite a lot of situations where I don't remember the command and I know what I want. I just forgot how it goes. And usually I go to a search engine on the internet and I try to search for the command on Linux that will give me stuff like this, right? So maybe the appropriate command that I'm looking for, right? Maybe it will help me. I'm gonna have to get myself into the actual situation where I forgot the command and then see if I can get it by using apropos. Because right now there is no command that whose name I forgot. You know, I have to bring myself into the actual scenario in order to see if this works for me. If I can actually use this to help myself to find the command, right? Because if I'm looking something related to kernel, I'm not sure if I would expect ICMP, but fine. It is somewhat related to the kernel, right? Zoran says it comes from a French phrase apropos, which translates to the purpose. Okay. Part of my bash RC for colored man. Okay. Let me check my bash. But I don't have... I don't use bash. Maybe it's my ZSH configuration that does this. But it's a rather big one, and it's not mine. This. It's a bit long. That's my ZSH configuration. Actually, is it? That's not my ZSH configuration. Wait, give me just a second. This one is. This one is. Not sure what that was on the etc folder. I know you can't read this fast. I just wanted to show you how big it is. Yeah, it's still going. Yep. It's still going. When I forget, I try to grabbing into my history and I saw something on YouTube. Yeah, I also grab my history. Grabbing your history is a great way to find something if you can remember what is it that you're trying to grab. Yeah, my ZSH configuration is still going. It's a bit large. La 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 la. It's gonna end someday. Na 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 na. Maybe I should stop scrolling, right? Okay, let's stop scrolling and see if there is color. Colors on GNU LS. Colors on FreeBSD. Colors on GNU on FreeBSD. Color setup for LS. Colors in less term cap. Activate color completion. Colors in prompts. Yeah, it could be due to my configuration. But then again, I have the same configuration on my Arch Linux, I think. Not here, though. But I think I use the same configuration on my Arch Linux. Vladimir, are you talking to me with less term cap? I have seen that message, but I'm not sure if that's for me. Okie dokie. That was a long side quest. I like this command. I just want to. I just need to find a scenario to use it. I want to start using it. If you do not need a command's full documentation, you can quickly get basic data about command using type. This example uses type to query 4 separate commands at once. The results show us that cp copy is a program that lives in bin cp and that kill change the state of a running process is a shell built-in, meaning that it is actually a part of the bash shell itself. Okay, let's give it a try. Okay. Uname is on this location. CP is usura bin CP. Kill is a shell built-in. Which is a shell built-in. Okay, and what is type? Man type. No manual entry for type. So let's try TLDR type. Oh, this one actually gives us something. TLDR type. Display the type of command the shell will execute. Note, all examples are not POSIX compliant. Display the type of a command. Display all locations containing the specified executable. Works only in bash, fish, zsh shells. Display all locations containing the specified executable. Interesting. Display the name of a disk file that would be executed. Display the type of a specific command. You never use type? Me neither. Chili Pfeffer, don't mind me. I'm here for background sound. Welcome in, Chili Pfeffer. Type is kind of interesting. Let's try it. Let's try it on something else. Type power off. Power off. Not found. There is a command power off for sure. Maybe it's an alias or something, but it does exist. Sure. Which power off? Nope. How come? Sudo -i. See, now I have it as root. Type power off. Oh, so the type command is not aware of the commands that are not accessible to the user who is running the type command. So if you want to check a command with type, it has to be something that you can actually use. So it's not like a manual. You actually have to be root in order to type, get the type of a command that only root can access. Interesting. Okay, let's abandon ship for now. Notice that beside being a regular binary command like cp, uname is also hashed. Hashed? Uname is hashed. That is because Frank recently used uname, and to increase system efficiency, it was added to the hash table to make it more accessible the next time you run it. If he would run type uname after a system boot, Frank would find that type once again describes uname as a regular binary. Type. It doesn't say hashed. Let's try it. Uname. Okay, this is Linux, and now type. It's still not hashed. Let's try with bash. Let's try with bash. Type. Okay, uname. Oh, now it's hashed. Okay, so bash behaves a bit differently. Okay, let's stay in bash for now, for the sake of this lesson. Dell says, isn't type a core GNU utility, not bash specific? Vladimir says, yeah, I'm spending most of my time in TTSSH while in FreeBSD bash for scripting only. That's why I missed type command. Maybe it's just not available on FreeBSD. First time chat, smokeless stubble is okay. I started reading chat, but it's actually spam. Okay. How do I ban people on Twitch? I don't have time for that. Vladimir says, nope, it's bash. How do you know it's a bash command? Okay. Maybe it is a bash command as in not available in your shell. But it's not just bash command. It may be shell specific. That's what you meant, right? Clearly it works on ZSH as well. Bash is bash. It's the same on all systems, yeah. True. What was your shell? TTSH, was it? I can't find it in chat right now. I don't have it installed. Sudo apt install TTSH. This one, right? Okay, TTSH. Type. Yeah, type not command. No, type command not found, sorry. Okay, so definitely a shell command. Also available in bash and zsh. Can we try zsh? Type. No type in zsh either. Okay. Let's go back to bash. Try type. Okay, type is a shell built in. Okay, we are learning how to use the type command. Okay, so the command is hashed in when run once from bash, but not hashed when run once from ZSH. Not sure what to think of that, but it's just something what I noticed. A quicker way to clean up the hash table is to run the command hash dash d. Learn something again. Good. Hash dash d for cleaning up the it's still hashed. Okay. Hash. Oh, interesting. Hash dash d requires an argument. Interesting. So you need to give it a specific command in order to unhash it. What if I do a rehash? We don't have rehash on bash. How come? Also, if I type rehash, it will say that this doesn't exist, right? Not found. What if I exit and I do type rehash? Rehash is a shell built in. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Hash that bash. Pizarro25, welcome in to this stream. Yeah, so the rehash command is what I learned from Alexei. This is a command that you run once after you install some new software so that you can immediately use it without the need to kill the terminal emulator and start a new one, because often when you install a new software you will not have its binary in your path. It needs to read the hash table when the terminal is starting, right? But you can just type rehash and get access to the new commands that you just installed, right? However, bash doesn't appear to have that. To search faster within your history, install fzf. Maybe I will, but I need to kind of focus on this lesson somewhat. I don't want to derail myself quite too much, because there are unlimited commands available on Linux, and if we start branching out that far away from the from what is shown here, then we are going to learn every Linux command today, and the stream will last 78 hours. #r in bash is rehash. That I also didn't know. Okay, man cache. Cache database access method. This is not what I was looking for, is it? This is for C programming. Man hash. Okay, never mind. Sometimes, particularly when working with automated scripts, Daemon trap. I don't have hash in my fish shell. Okay, not every shell is equal, so that's why people kind of choose between bash and CSH and ZSH and TCSH and fish and what else is popular out there? So many shells. SH, right? Everyone kind of has their favorite, unless they are just using the default bash on Linux. Sometimes I even feel dirty for switching from a default system shell to whichever I change to, right? I kind of feel like I should leave it at the default one to have everything completely functional as the system, expects. Stupid expectation, I know. particularly when working without or from a default to Tmax. From a default to Tmax. Wow, I don't get it. Tmax is not a shell. How did that come into this equation? Sometimes, particularly when working with automated scripts, you will need a simpler source of information about a command. The which command that our previous type command traced for us will return nothing but the absolute location of a command. This example locates both the uname and which commands, right? You all know about the which command. They don't have the wizard command, just the which. So it is what it is. I actually wasn't aware that I can type two of them in a row. I thought that I have to type just one. Witcher may some potion. Yeah. Or in Polish, Widizmin. Not sure if I pronounced it correctly, but it's something like Widizmin. If you want to display information about built-in commands, you can use the help command. Oh, the help command. So man type didn't give me what I wanted, but I can do the help type. Okay, goody. Help type gives me built-in shell commands. Vladimir says man bash 5_hash. Ilkon, it was closed. Or close. It was close. Okay. Okay, help. I don't use help command, although I do know of it. I just never kind of found myself using it. I have seen this command mentioned multiple times, like all around, but I just never got around to actually using it. So help is for built-in shell commands, right? Let's switch to tsh, right? And type help ls, not help command not found. Interesting. Type help command not found. Interesting. So tsh doesn't do help at all. Only woman will use witch. Real man use the witcher. Okay. Let's pull this down again. If you want to display information about built-in commands, you can use the help command, but not in every shell. Okay, now we are at using your command history finally. You will often carefully research the proper usage for a command and successfully run it along with a complicated trail of options and arguments. Definitely, yes. Definitely we will do that. Help hash is way shorter than man bash 5_hash. Yeah. But what happens a few weeks later when you need to run the same command with the same options and arguments but cannot remember the details? Rather than having to start your research over again from scratch, you will often be able to recover the original command using history. Typing history will return the most recent commands you have executed with the most recent of those appearing last. You can easily search through these commands by piping a specific string to the grep command. This example will search for any command that included the text bash history. By the way, if you guys use, I don't think that any one of you uses ZSH, as far as I understood so far. But there is how they call it, like a shell framework called OMyZSH. If you install that, it will give you aliases for giving you like a top 10 of the commands that you type in your shell. I think the shortcut is just top 10 or something like that. It basically executes a certain grep combination on your history to calculate what are your top 10 used commands, right? That's kind of neat. Zoran says he uses ZSH on my Kali. Okay. Yeah, I know you didn't mean to sue. History, grep bash history. Let's see how that works for us. Okay. History. Okay, we did a lot of stuff. How come we only have 45? Is the history command only grepping? Why is it only 45? That's what I want to know. Man, history. Oh, sorry. Where does it say that it will fetch only 45 of them? Or maybe I really don't have more, like history. Huh. On my Arch Linux, it showed me only the last few, but clearly it has a lot more. What I'm saying, if I use history pipe grep, it will only grep from what I have here, right? From these 45. It will not grep more than these 45. Also, it will not grep more than these few here, right? So if I do history and grep, I don't know, IP, it will not find anything, while I am absolutely sure that I used the IP command in my history, right? So I can do the cat. This is how I usually do it. I didn't even know for the history command. Cat ZSH history, right? And then I grep the IP. And of course, I have a whole lot of IP commands, right? In my history. So my history gives back 773 lines, but bash history has I have shopped MC spewing garbage in it. Anyone knows how to fix it? I'm not going to deal with MC right now. You guys can talk in chat. I want to understand. Oh, here is a single command is returned along with its sequence number 1605. And speaking of bash history, that is actually the name of a hidden file you should find within your user's home directory. Since it is a hidden file designated as such by the dot that precedes its file name, it will only be visible by listing the directory contents with the A argument. Okay, we know that. What is in the bash history file? Take a look for yourself. You will see hundreds and hundreds of your most recent commands. You might, however, be surprised to find that some of your most recent commands are missing. That is because while they are instantly added to the dynamic history database, the latest addition to your command history are not written to the file until you exit your session. Yeah, so this is one of the big things that I have learned throughout my Linux history, and that is the fact that you have to exit your terminal session if you want your bash history to be populated with your last session of commands, right? If you abruptly kill your terminal, or I don't know, reboot it without exiting the terminal, your last history set of commands will not be written to the actual bash history file, right? So I often, this is actually something that I do, which may be a little bit odd way to do it, but it's just how I learned to do it. When what it said above, right? You will often carefully research, right? But what happens a few weeks later, rather than having to start your research all over again, you will often be able to recover the original command from history. I actually do that a lot. And when I find a good command, like when I really do a research and make the command that does its job for me, and when I'm aware in advance that I'm going to need this command again in the future, I usually type exit on the whichever terminal I am in, just to be sure that it is saved to the history. I don't know if there is a better way to save it. Maybe there is a command that I can execute while in the terminal session. I never actually thought about it until now. Maybe there is a command that I can execute, like a flush my my current history to the file. That would be even better than exiting and logging back in, because frankly speaking, exiting and logging back in is kind of stupid. But when you're in the middle of something, then you don't really have time to research something as a side quest, right? However, now we actually do, and I hope this PDF will give me actually the answer that I need: how to write to bash history without exiting the session. That would be cool to find out. History-A. Is that what I need? How is it not colored anymore? So I'm on Arch, sorry. Man, history. Zoran says -W. Let's see both. Where is it? Did I miss it already? Am I using the wrong manual? Which manual is this? History, GNU History Library. Oh, this is for programming. Oh, that's the wrong manual. Append history lines from this TLDR history. Well, TLDR is not very helpful, frankly. If it summarizes things to you know, let's see. Let's see if TLDR can solve our current challenge, right? So -a is append history lines from this session to the history file. Okay, so whoever said that is clearly correct, right? So that was Philcon, right? Thank you, Philcon. And W, write the current history to the history file, also correct. So what is the difference between these two? Append history lines from this session, write to history file. I don't get it. Append in fish, it's history save. Okay, but okay, append history lines seems like the thing that I need. I definitely would like to append. And what is the write? Okay, let's try -a and then -w. Sorry. Help history. Let's see. Command not found. Help. Oh, so the so ZSH doesn't have help. How odd. But bash does. Zoran says A is appending. Yeah, I figured that out, but I'm not sure what W is. But let's give it a try. Copy dash bash history dash bash history backup. Okay, so history. Actually, let's do it like this. Tail dot bash history, right? So see, the last command is exit. And let's do the history dash A. And now the last command is history dash A. Good. So I guess we only had 3 commands since our last session. ls, which ls, I'm just doing this for no reason, which, okay. And let's try the history dash w. Okay, so let's see what happened this time. Tail bash history. Okay, so the last time when we tailed, and now it seems to be doing the same thing. Demland Trap says, I guess it's the same, only W does more writing work. How can it do more writing? W writes entire history and A only appends. That doesn't make too much sense to me, but I'm not saying it's not true. It's just a bit odd. Why? What would it mean? Would it mean to write entire history? Which entire? Because the we have 2 histories, right? One history is in the file, and there is a session history just from this session. So when you say write entire history, what would that entail? What would it do? How does it know what the entirety of the history is, and where would it load that history from in order to write it to the file, if not from the file? You know, it doesn't make too much sense. But for now, I'm gonna remember that a is append, and that should be fine for what I need. That should be fine for what I need, except for the fact that this doesn't work in ZSH, I think. Or no, help doesn't work in ZSH. Zoran says purpose appends new history lines. Let's try what Zoran says. TLDR history, right? So TLDR is definitely not helpful. I mean, if we want to find out how to write the buffer to the file, it doesn't say. Demlan Trap says write in programs usually writes entire file from beginning and append only appends lines that are missing in the file. It does not write the entire file from beginning. I did understand you saying that. It's just that I didn't understand the dash W. Where would it pull the original contents of the file in order to rewrite it from beginning, you know? I still don't know what the difference is. But yeah, TLDR is a weird command. I mean, I understand that it is too long, didn't read. Like, I don't want to read. So just give me the summary. And this definitely is the summary. So it could be useful to understand what some command is about. But TLDR is not good to find out how to write the history, right? I mean, overwrite history file with history of the current bash shell, often combined with history-c to purge history. Clear the command history. Yeah, so TLDR would definitely lead me to believe that -w is the command that I want, but actually -a is the command which I want, which is not mentioned here at all. Steve says, so you would use the -w to write the entire history in the even you deleted the original history file that was loaded when terminal was initiated. Like I deleted the history file by accident and needed to restore it and could use the -w to restore it. Steve, let's give this a test. Let's test this theory of yours. Okay, so bash history, right? Okay, so our bash history is 4 kilobytes large. Okay, it's 4 kilobytes large. Let's yeah, we already have a backup, right? But let's make a backup once again. Copy dot bash history to bash history backup. Okay, and now let's remove dot bash history. Okay, now it's gone. So do bash history, no such file or directory, right? So we killed it completely. And let's do the history dash w. Okay, And let's see how large it is now. Once again, it's 4 kilobytes. There you go, Steve. You got it right. To both of to my surprise, you got it right. And I'm not saying that you weren't supposed to be right. I'm just surprised that this actually restored the file. This actually restored the file. I just don't know where it restored it from. Where does it keep the history? Maybe it's keeping the history on 2 places or something. Demlon Trap says you want -a if you want to preserve what is already in the file. I think -w also preserves what is already in the file. But -a is definitely something that I want in my use cases, because I use the command exit usually to dump the current session buffer to the bash history, which is a stupid way to do it. But what exit does, I think exit does the exact same as history-a. So history-a is the command that I need. But it's also good to know that history-w also does some good stuff, like restoring stuff from the grave after deleting it. Steve says might be useful in an audit or when using a password or secure credit cards. I'm not sure what you mean. Dale Anderson RAM doesn't write to history until exit or manually write. Steve says, can we try with -a to compare the 2 outcomes? Yeah, we can. Let's remove it again. Remove bash history. Do bash history, no such file or directory. And let's do the append. Okay. And we have now appended it. And now it's 4 kilobytes again. Okay, now that's this is disturbing. This is actually disturbing. Oh, it's not. Oh crap! It's not what I. How is it 4 kilobytes? Look, the contents is so small. So that the do command is not a good way to do it, obviously. So the -a only appended the latest buffer. Let's try to salvage. Let's try to salvage this scenario with -w. Yeah. Now it's a lot bigger. Let's see how big it is. Okay, the better way to do it would be cat bash history word count -lines. Okay, it has 72 lines. It has 72 lines after salvaging it with -w. However, my backup before ruining it has 57 lines. Okay, so 72 lines is the correct one, right? This is fine. So definitely the -w has salvaged the entire file. The 4 kilobyte is misleading. This is a lot better way to deal with this current scenario. So the answer to Steve, we don't need a difference command. We don't need it. The amount of lines is enough, I think. I mean, we can do that as well, just to get an idea. But the difference is only going to be in the last couple of lines. Bash history and dot bash history backup. Okay, so from the line 58. Yeah, as I thought, right? So everything before the line 58 is the same. Yeah, exactly as I thought, right? So the history dash A will append the last buffer to the non-existing file. And with that, we lose the entire history. Well, we lost it when we deleted it, right? But what we found out is that the dash A as means to append something will definitely not help us to get it back, while the dash W will actually restore it back from the grave. It's just that I have no idea where is it pulling it from. Where is the database from which the W is pulling the whole thing from? $4K maybe minimum file size. Del Anderson says, I don't trust that it is restored all. I do. I can see it that it is restored. I haven't used bash. I haven't used bash on this computer at all. So look. Less bash history, right? So the first thing, is this the first line? Yeah. So the first thing I did on this computer is see which IP address I have, and then rebooted. Then I searched for a package. Then I switched to ZSH, right? And I didn't have it. Then I installed it, and then I played with the terminal. I played with this. Oh, this is a neat command. DuckDuckGo in the terminal. I don't know if I showed you that. There is a DuckDuckGo search in the terminal. But basically, I don't know what I did here. But this here is today's session. So basically, do I have change shell command anywhere? Because I switched from bash to ZSH, and there is no more history on bash since that day. Maybe I manually edited the file, I don't know. But let me show you this. DuckDuckGo, is it not installed? Oh, that's kind of odd. Maybe I deleted it. Sudo apt install DuckDuckGo. Oh yeah, I deleted it for some reason. Never mind. DuckDuckGo Linux Renaissance. Okay. So it's a search engine, right? Damland Trap says maybe try close the terminal, then delete file history, and then open the terminal. Yeah, that would kill the history for sure. Vladimir says for the third time to save history before logout from the session, put shopt-s histappend. I don't understand what you're saying, Vladimir. To save history before logout. So why would we do it your way if we already have a way? I don't understand. If we can just type history-a or history-w, why would we use the entire new command called shopt? Let's see what shopt is. Help shopt. Change the setting of each shell option without any option arguments. -s enables set histappend. Oh, so you mean so it's automatically writing to the file on every command. Okay. Automating history saving. If you want to ensure that your history is saved automatically after each command, you can add. Yeah. Okay, now I understood when I read this. Okay. Let's do what Damland rep said. Let's do what Damland rep said. Let's exit. Basically, I have exited the terminal, meaning I have exited the bash, right? I am back to ZSH now, so we are no longer in our terminal, which uses bash history. Okay, Zoran, I understood. I understood. Okay, we are no longer in bash, so if we tail bash history, we will see that it should be exit that is the last command in the file called bash history, right? So yeah, we did the duck-duck-go, and we did the help thing, and then we exited the shell, right? So let's move bash history into bash history backup. Okay, so now we no longer have the bash history file, and we are not in bash at all. So it couldn't be in RAM because we're not using bash at all, right? I can show you ps grep bash, right? So there is no bash running on this entire system, if you can see it, because I am in ZSH, and if I type grep ZSH, you can see that I'm running ZSH in this terminal, right? Okay, so let's go back to bash. Let's go back to bash and see history. We have literally nothing in history. Okay, let's try history -w. Let's see what that does. Cut dot bash history, and it only wrote 2 commands here. So what did we conclude in regards to this? Maybe bash loads the entire bash history from the bash history file when you start bash, and then holds it in RAM, and when you write it, then it with the W, then it writes from RAM. That's the most logical thing I can think of right now. Basically, when bash starts, first it loads the entire bash history file into the RAM. Like, let's do this just for fun. Nano bash history, right? Let's type la 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 la. Okay, this makes no sense, but it is a part of bash history, right? So let's go back to bash. So I have written to bash history while I wasn't running bash. And now I started bash, and let's do the history. And I have la 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 la. Okay, so it definitely reads from the file in the moment when it starts. That's why it can write the entire history buffer even if you delete the file while running bash, right? You cannot exit bash, because if you exit bash, then it will be lost. Actually, let's see what exit command does. Does the exit command do the -w or -a? That's a good question. And how we are going to find? I think it does the append thing, because if I remove the file now, while I am in bash, and if I type exit right now, I think it will append only 2 commands to the non-existing file. So it will have only 2 lines and not 10. Right? Cat bash history. Yeah, it only has 3 lines, right? So when you type exit, it does the append thing, which only confirms that the -a is the command that I'm looking for. That's the one that I definitely need in my life. But also the -w is good to know that it is going to save you from the horror of accidentally deleting the file if you notice that you have deleted it, like in time. Let's move the we are in ZSH, right? Let's move -bash history backup -bash history, right? Okay, so we can keep it like that. Bash, and then let's go with history. And once again, we have 86 lines. Good. Okay, we definitely nailed this one. Like no writer of this PDF has ever thought possible that a student might stop at a simple bash history command in the history of the LPIC exams. We bashed it. You got that right. You got that right. We bashed it properly. Let me just check one more thing in ZSH. History-A. Oh crap. It's behaving differently in ZSH. Okay, now I'm back in the beginning. Now I'm back in the beginning because I use ZSH and I just learned how bash works. And now I have to relearn things for the other shell. This is a bit unfortunate for me. How do I find out the manual of the history command in my shell of choice? You would think that I need to type help, right? No. Help will not help me here. So if you would go to bash and type help history, right, you would get display or manipulate history list, right? Also TLDR history gives you something similar. But what did I just do? Somehow, what did I just do? A web browser opened with this. What did I press? Literally, a web browser opened on its own on this page. I have pressed something on a keyboard, but I'm not sure what. I just typed the Q letter, but that's not what called that's not what called this this URL. I need to know how I did that. Maybe you held Control and clicked. Yeah, clicked on. Oh, this. Yeah, it could be. It could be. I didn't see it here. I didn't see it here. Sorry. I probably clicked, yeah. I wanted to see. Yeah, so the help works, but help history in ZSH actually doesn't work because ZSH doesn't have help. Alt plus H. No, I think I find out how. So history, and then hold Alt and press H. Okay, it's a bit different on ZSH. You type the command and then you press Alt H to get help. Let me just go quickly through this and see if I can get my answer. If not, we can continue. Oh, the FC. Why is it run help history? Oh, the command is run help. Run help. Sorry. Run help. I'm just looking for the other answers. Okay, run help history. Yeah, that's the same thing, right? Like history and just typing Alt H. It gives you the same thing. Okay, so in Bash it's help and in ZSH it's run help. But it's helping me with the FC command for some reason. Let me see which FC is. History FC. The FC command controls the interactive history mechanism. Note that reading and writing of history options is only performed if the shell is interactive. Usually this is detected automatically, but it can be forced setting by interactive option when starting the shell. Let me just see something. Tail.zsh history. Oh, this one actually, ZSH actually writes the entire time. Like Bash can be set to do. I actually started using ZSH since very recently, and I really don't know any of the advantages that it gives me. I kind of switched for the fun of it. So it's nice to learn new things, but this is interesting, right? So it is writing constantly. It is writing constantly. And let's see how many lines do we have. Cut ZSH history. Since I installed this server, I think I installed this server something like 10 days ago. So it shouldn't be too many lines. Word count -L, 620, yeah. 620, and on my Arch Linux, cut ZSH history, word count. Okay, we have 4,700 lines. And let's check Bash. Here, 95, right? So basically I switched to ZSH as soon as I installed Arch Linux, because nothing in here. But I haven't been typing all that much. Okay, let me just check just one more time. It takes the first argument of the pattern. Also, when listing, print the timestamp for each event. Okay, this is useful. So D for timestamp. Prints full time date stamps in the European. So D or capital E. Okay, pushes the current history list onto a stack and switches to a new history list. This is a lot more to digest and probably out of scope of this live stream. I just want to see the -D and -E. Okay, so you can see when I typed these commands, and let's see with the capital E and also the date. Okay, this is neat. I think that's the correct term, neat, because there were plenty of times when I wanted a timestamp in my bash history, like there was this command that I know for a fact that I used last Saturday, and now I'm scrolling to my entire bash history manually because I really can't remember any of it. I only remember that it was on Saturday, you know, but you have to scroll slowly until you find it, and when you see it, yeah, that's the one I need. So timestamp is really useful. Okay, now I learned something else, and maybe you can check it out for other shells if it's possible. Yeah, the Saturday thing I really gave you from a real life example because sometimes I can't remember any of it. What is it that I used? But I know for a fact that I worked on it last weekend, right? And that's how I can nail it down to a certain date, even with grep, right? Just grep the date. Speaking of bash history, okay, we already did that. What is in the bash history file? Take a look for yourself. We already did. Boy, we did that. You will see hundreds and hundreds of most recent commands. You might, however, be surprised to find that some of your most recent commands are missing. That is because while they are instantly added to the dynamic history database, the latest additions to your command history are not written to the bash history file until you exit your session. You can leverage the contents of history to make your command line experience much faster and more efficient using the up and down arrow keys on your keyboard. Yeah, we know about that, okay? Hitting the up key multiple times will populate the command line with recent commands. When you get to the one you would like to execute a second time, you can run it by pressing enter. Okay, we definitely don't need to do that now. Everyone knows how to do that. This makes it easy to recall and, if desired, modify commands multiple times during a shell session. Oh, damn. How are we done already? This is supposed to be a difficulty 4 lesson. No, literally, guys. Is this not a lot easier than the lesson about the RPM commands? Like, seriously. How are we done already? I really thought that this is like it was supposed to be a level 4 lesson. Let's go through the answers, right? Demlan Trap says I came during history part, but yeah, it was really fast. There is part 2. Okay, let's do the exercises and see what awaits. They skipped export. Yeah, the Philcon says there is part 2. Okay. As usually, I don't read this PDF until I go live, so I prefer it this way. Use the man system to determine how to tell apropos to output a brief command so that it outputs only a brief usage message and then exits. Use the man system to determine. I'm reading this for myself because I didn't understand the question. Use the man system to determine how to tell apropos to output a brief command so that it outputs only a brief usage message. So it should tell us how to use it, right? That's probably dash help, but let's do it as the lesson is asking. Man, what was it? Apropos, right? Man, apropos. A brief. Let's find brief. There is no brief. I think they want us to type apropos dash help or dash h. Yeah, this. Print a short usage. Okay, then it's usage. It's usage what they want. Apropos usage, right? That's what they want us to do. We use the man command to find out about the usage dash switch. Yeah, okay, we did that correctly. Use the man system to determine which copyright license is assigned to the grep command. Okay, this is easy. Man grep, and it is on the very bottom, right? It should be on the bottom. But it's not. It's here. It's here. Copyright. Copyright license. This is copyright, but not the. This is free software. Where is the license? Okay, the copyright is here. Other not found license. Copyright. Copyright is here, yeah. So the search works. I don't know. Copyright. Free Software Foundation. This is free software. See the source file for copying conditions. Okay. I mean, the definition of the free software means that you always get the source code, and they say see the source code for copying, right? So I suppose with the source code, you will get the license file. So the guided exercise wants us to use the man system to determine which copyright license is assigned to the grep command, right? The license. So we still are not entirely sure which license is this is grep using, right? We can guess that it is a GPL license because it's Free Software Foundation, but we don't know for sure is it GPL2 or GPL3. But since the year is 2022, we can also guess that it is GPL3, but we don't have it written on black and white. Daimler Trap says it should be on bottom. This is the bottom. A complete manual is here. Let's go to the complete manual. This is the complete manual. I clicked it in the man page. HTML. Their website is really slow. Let's try to find license. Permission is granted to copy under the terms of the GNU free documentation license, but that's just for this file, not for the grep command. Let's go with okay, this is a little bit off course, but I would do it like this. Maybe GNU grep, and this should take me to GNU.org, right? And this is where I can get the source code. I'm just using my gut feeling how to get to the actual license the fastest way I can. Download stable source available here. Let's see if we can see the license. Yeah, grep is a free software. You can redistribute it under the terms of GNU General Public License as published either version 3 or later. Yeah, I assumed correctly because everything they do is GPL3 nowadays, but it doesn't say so in the manual, right? It says here that it is GPL version 3, and also if we get the source code, grep, the last version of grep 3.11, dargz. We're downloading 2.7 megabytes. Look how long that lasts. That's how slow their website is. And it's not my computer. I don't think it's my PC. I wouldn't be able to stream at this speed. Open file. The license. Is it copying? Ah, yeah, that's the license. It's called copying. GPL version 3, definitely. Okay. I just want to check it out. Oh, I typed SPED test. I'm waiting for the optimal server to find itself. Sorry for derailing this. Let's just go with whatever. Why is it taking so long? Maybe it is my connection after all. What is going on? Speed test isn't working for me. Oh, now it's working. Access your location. Should have asked me this earlier. Yeah, it's a pretty straight line. And this is while streaming to both Twitch and YouTube. So right now my stream could be coughing a little bit because this is using my entire upload. And if my voice was chopped a couple of seconds ago, now it should be fine again. Okay, we don't need this anymore. Oh, sorry, I didn't see the Twitch chat. Trojan Mango, if you were offered a job at investment banking and they will train you, do you think you will burn out? That's completely unrelated to what we are doing on stream today. I'm gonna skip that question. Not that I wouldn't like to answer it, but it's just completely off topic. The MAN system. You just solved your problem with Midnight Commander putting garbage in bash history, Vladimir. Okay. Okay, we did find out the copyright license for grep. Explorational exercises. Identify the hardware architecture and Linux kernel version being used on your computer in an easy-to-read output format. Guys in chat, what would you write here? Which command would you use for identifying hardware architecture and Linux kernel version? Fast fetch? Yeah, that's correct, Filcon. That's correct. Not correct to pass the exam, but nevertheless a good one. I think Vladimir pasted in chat something useful, but I can't deal with that right now. Zoran says uname -a. I think that's the best answer here. Uname -a. Print out the last 20 lines of the dynamic history database. Wait a second. Print out the last 20 lines of the dynamic history database and the bash history file to compare them. Okay, so two things. We want to compare two things, right? So just the history. We can pipe. I mean, you can think for yourself, but I think we can pipe the last. I mean, history pipe last -n20. Not last, I meant tail. Yeah, I meant tail. Thanks, Filcon. Tail -n 20. They said 20, but you said it's fine. Yeah, but I think that's how I would do it as well. Use the apropos tool to identify the man page where you will find the command which you will need to display the size of an attached physical block device in bytes rather than megabytes or gigabytes. Okay, this could be interpreted with different results, I think. So use the apropos tool to identify the man page where you will find the command that you will need to display the size of an attached physical block device in bytes. Maybe they want us to search for this entire set of words. Philcon, you're going for what I wanted to go with in the first place. I agree with you, but I think they are toying with us. I think they actually want us to write exactly this, like copy text and do the apropos and paste all of this, right? And then press enter. Nothing appropriate. Physical block device. Let's try that. Nothing appropriate. The reason why I think apropos df is incorrect is because of the way this question is asked. Use the apropos tool to identify the man page where you will find the command which you will need to display the size of an, so you don't know the command, right? No, Zoran, that's the wrong answer. That's the wrong answer. Read the question again. The question is not asking which command is giving us this result. The question is, use the apropos tool to identify the man page, right? You're skipping, you're going way overboard. They don't want the answer for which command will do that. Demlan Trap says apropos -e. That doesn't make sense. Apropos -e. Apropos what? I think this is a play of words. Maybe I'm wrong. But Zoran has used the ls key command as the answer, but they don't want us to use the command to display the size of an attached physical block device in bytes. They want us to use the apropos tool. Do you know what I mean? The answer to this question literally starts with the command apropos space something. The answer to this question doesn't start with TLDR or with the ls block or whatever. The answer to this question starts with this word. Maybe we can do the block. Apropos block. File block counts utility to deactivate locate block ID. Look, I think this is the answer. I think the answer to the question number 3 is apropos block. Dale Anderson, apropos bytes. Yeah, but I think apropos bytes will give us a lot more results. Like apropos block can actually fit on the screen. And if I type bytes, it will give me, I bet it will give me more results, right? Actually, it gives me less bytes, it gives me less answers, but wrong ones. Vladimir used the diff command. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I was going to I was going to suggest doing that, but it would take a while to get to that result. Anyways, I think I don't know. My opinion is that apropos block is what they want us to do. So let's see. Let's see if I was correct. Well, we know what we learned. Let's see the answers. Use the. Where is the answer to the first part? Oh, that was the guide. Oh, never mind. Use the man system to determine how to tell apropos to output a brief command so that it outputs only a brief usage. Run man. Okay, and scroll down to the options and see that the usage yeah, okay, never mind. I got confused for a second when I saw this. But yeah, we got the dash usage right. Use the man system to determine which copyright license is assigned to the grep command. Run man grep and scroll down to the copyright section of the document. Note that the program uses a copyright from the Free Software Foundation. Okay, this is actually less than what we did, because the question was use the man system to determine which copyright license is assigned, and the manual. This is not the license. I mean, we all know that the Free Software Foundation only has one license, which is GPL, but this one license comes in many forms, right? So I think we gave it a lot better answer than the PDF is expecting. So it is what it is. Answers to the exploration. Identify the hardware architecture. Okay, run man uname. Read through the description section and identify the commands arguments that will display only the exact results you want. Note how -v will give you the kernel version and -i will provide hardware platform. So the hardware architecture and Linux kernel, right? So I was also going to answer uname -a, but apparently that's the wrong answer. Yeah, apparently that's the wrong answer, because the correct answer is the -v and -i. Maybe you can combine them in one command. Uname -v -i unknown. What about iv? Yeah, you can combine them. -iv. So -iv is the correct answer, and -a is the wrong one. Whoever said that in chat, it was wrong, and I was wrong together with him, because I was also going to answer -a. Print out the last 20 lines. So with tail -n20. Oh, history 20. I didn't know this. History 20. History 200. Oh, nice. How nice. History 200. What about history dash E 200? Now I get dates as well. Nice. Okay, this is nice. So we actually got this wrong. We actually got this wrong because both me and whoever wrote in chat that we should use tail on the command history is wrong, because history command by default cuts off to a certain amount. So so tailing it wouldn't give us more, right? If we do history, we get this much of the result, right? And if we do the tail dash n 200, we will once again get the same amount of results, because tail cannot increase the amount of the output of the command, right? So basically we failed. We failed altogether. And like literally nobody got this right. In Croatian, we would say malo smo se zaleteli. Like I don't know how to say this in English. We ran over the, I don't know. We ran ahead of us. Is that the correct term? With the tail on this one, we assumed. I don't think flew away is what I wanted to say. I think Philcon says we accelerated a little bit. Philcon says in Polish. Now, okay, I'm gonna try to read that. I actually can't. To the best of my abilities, I can't. Pospiezliśmy. I can't. It's a long word. Pospiezuliśmy. Andy 242. Hello and welcome in. Sorry, Philcon. I can't. Try Google Translate.
Pośpieszyliśmy się. Pośpieszyliśmy się. Pośpieszyliśmy się. Pośpieszyliśmy się.
Pospieszyliśmy się. We were in a hurry. But if this is the correct translation, then this is not what I wanted to say. What I wanted to say was, let's go to here. What did I want to say? Now I forgot. Guys, what did I say in Croatian? Zoran, what did I say originally in Croatian? I forgot. Malo smo se zaleteli. Did I say that? Oh, okay. We got ahead of ourselves? Yeah. Okay. But basically, this is what I meant. This is what I said. So, yeah, reading Polish is a bit difficult. Wypadliś mi na siebie trocie. Is this trocie?
Wpadliśmy na siebie trochę.
Trochę. Okay, I did not expect trochę. Troche is the English pronunciation. Yeah, okay. But why does the guy swallow the C? Why does he swallow the C?
Wpadliśmy na siebie trochę.
Why can't I hear the C in his voice? CH is H. Okay. Philcon, what is which time in a row are you in this in my stream? I think I saw you at least once before. I'm just asking because I want to say something. I mean, how many times were you in my streams? You changed your username? Then I don't know. I don't even remember all of the people who come without changing their usernames. Okay. I just wanted to say that frequently we end up talking about languages in my streams. But if you watch them, then you probably noticed that's happening. Okay, so we failed here. Let's see, use the apropos tool to identify the man page. Okay, so apropos block is the answer. Apparently, I'm just getting, I'm just saying. Let's now read the entire answer. One way would be to run apropos with the string block. GG's from Demland Trap. One way would be to run apropos with the string block. Read through the results. Note that lsblk lists block devices and would therefore be the most likely tool for our needs. Run man lsblk, scroll through the description section and note that -b will display a device size in bytes. Finally run lsblock B to see what comes out. Yeah. The reason why I got this right is not because of any of my Linux knowledge. It's just that I have done enough exams by now. The technical exams, right? Not about Linux, about completely different stuff. And I kind of understand how they function, right? Most of the exams, if not all of them, will try to, if not trick you, then they will make you think about the question, right? Even if tricking you wasn't their intention, right? They want you to use your brain and to read the question properly, right? For example, like I'm going to give you a really simple answer, like the question in the exam. What is not the command to list the contents of the current folder? And then you have 4 answers: ls, pwd, and something, right? And then you go ahead of yourself and you select ls for listing the contents of the current folder, right? Wrong. That's the wrong answer, because the question was, what is not the command to list the contents of the current folder, right? I mean, I kind of invented a question right now. They don't do that. That's a bit silly, but sometimes they do use negations or a way to make you think about the question, right? Zoran was ahead of himself by saying that the answer is ls block, but the question clearly said that the answer must start with this word, right? And he skipped to the final answer, which is fine. He got the command. He got the job done, right? So Zoran was the one who makes the job done. But if you want to get a good score with the exam, then you have to do it the way that the question is being asked. Otherwise, you fail the exam. Although you're an expert like Zoran, you're an expert in doing things right, and you know what the command is, but you failed the exam anyway, right? Because you didn't read the question. Falcon says, I have the problem when writing low-level English test at school. I always end up overthinking it. Yes, impatient. Who followed me? Aaron 1206 on Twitch followed me. Thanks for the follow, Aaron. Aaron in Twitch chat is asking, let me just show it if I can. No, it's already gone. It's already gone from the... Anyways, Aaron on Twitch is asking, what do you expect to see on a coding portfolio? I don't know what to add to my website. It feels like a resume. Resume is fine. Why not make a resume as your web page? I don't know if you're still here, Aaron, but you can add you can make your web page to be a resume. Why not? I would probably do that. Let me just check some web page. Maybe it's a good example. I pasted a link into Twitch chat and into YouTube chat. It's a website of some guy that looks like... I just happen to know this website because I like the animation. And it's basically a small web page that is just a resume. And I think that's fine for your personal web page. I mean, it's really small, but it will give you an idea about what you can put on your web page. And why not? What do you expect to see on a coding portfolio? Like whatever you coded so far, just put it on your web page. Why not? Okay. Lesson 2. Lesson 2 of 2. Okay. It would be cool to add something interactive. Maybe. It's a very personal choice. You know, what you might like doesn't mean that your potential employer is going to like. You know what I mean? So if you want to express yourself, I think you should go for it. Add some Easter eggs. I think everyone should express themselves because that's what will show your personality. And if your potential employer will not hire you because he really dislikes your webpage, I think that's a good cue not to work for that guy. You know what I mean? Because if he doesn't vibe with your expressive style, then you may not be a good fit for his company and you're going to be miserable actually working there. I'm just. It might not be the entire true, right? But that's how I think. That's how my thought process works. Let me actually check my my web page. Did we get video on the banana thing? To upgrade my Steam Deck to beta version. We did not. But look when I scrub through the timeline, I can see my video in the timeline, but not in the player, because the player is audio only. I don't understand what is going on here. Let me just try in a different browser. Yeah, same problem in a different browser. Ahmed, welcome in. What's up, Ahmed? Okay, you're just in for the halftime. We are currently doing the halftime of our LPIC 1 lesson 1 of 3.1 football game. We are currently at lesson 2 out of 2, right? We have finished the first one. Ahmed says, I have an ophthalmology exam on Tuesday. I need to study now. Just wanted to stop by and say hi. That's very nice of you. Thanks a lot for stopping by. Let us know how did the exam go on Tuesday. I don't know. Maybe I'll stream on Wednesday or something and hop on to say how it went. I have a question out of the blue. How do you set up your locale? Me? You mean which locale do I use, or how do I set it up technically? How? A little bit of a rest during the half time. I think that's good. Which locale do I use? Well, basically everything is in English, except for the actually, I need to show it to you. So where is it? Country, region, and language. Yeah, here. So language. Why does it say Croatian? It's not Croatian. This is a bug. Anyways, data and storage sizes Croatian, phone numbers Croatian, name style Croatian, address Croatian, paper size Croatian, measurement like metric, like in Croatian, currency Croatian, time, format Croatian, and numbers Croatian, except the language says Croatian here, but this is completely incorrect. The language is set to English, and I have no clue why is set Croatian here, because clearly you can see that KD is in English, right? Basically, I set all of the regional stuff to Croatian because I want the format to be mine, except I don't want to read Croatian language on a computer because I don't understand Croatian language on a computer. It must be English. Open terminal and type locale. Oh, that's what you mean. It's different in my terminal than it is in KDE. Here in France is even worse. Vladimir says he's lost when computer is using Serbian in any GUI. Yeah, I understand. Locale control set locale. I don't want to change it right now. Actually, sorry, this is not my computer. I apologize. This is not my computer. This is my server. This is my computer. Sorry about that. I got distracted for a second with being connected to the server. Yeah, sorry, Philcon. That's my locale. This is the language that applications use. Everything else in Croatian, right? Vladimir says, for me, everything is UTF-8 except LC paper in Serbian. I don't know what paper even is. Maybe a paper format? But which UTF-8? Like US UTF-8 or just UTF-8? US English, okay. I don't know if this is of anyone's concern, but ever since I got into mechanical keyboards, I kind of had a huge problem with deciding whether I want to use the Croatian layout, and I'm talking about software, not hardware, or do I want to use the US layout, because I kind of grew up with the US layout, because when I was younger, not all of the computers had Croatian keyboards, or maybe they did, but the software wasn't able to do it, so I would end up frequently having the US layout no matter what was printed on the keycaps, because the computer simply wasn't able to use the Croatian keyboard, right? So that was back in the day, right? Now every computer can do Croatian. But back in the day, I got used to US layout very much. And later on, I switched to Croatian because later every computer could do that, of course, and everyone pretty much in Croatia does it with the Croatian layout. And then I learned that one. And over time, I didn't really forget the US layout. So whenever I would find myself using the US layout for whatever reason, right? Like you randomly connect to some server or something, usually it's using US layout or something like that, but by default. And I would just know where the keys are, no matter what is printed on my keycaps, because it never left my muscle memory where the keys for the US layout are. So basically, I know two layouts, like I know them, right? And what I didn't learn, like I never actually learned touch typing. And by touch typing, I don't know, some people think of it in a different way. What I mean by touch typing is by typing while not looking into the keyboard. And it's not really that, how do I say it? That's just how I type, right? I look at my keys all the time. If I close my eyes or watch the screen, I can type with like 95% of the accuracy. But if I, but because I switch keyboards often between US and Croatian. Then I got confused sometimes with where the Y letter is and where the Z is, because they swap positions all the time. And some other characters, right? Maybe when I'm typing an email, then the only problem is Y and Z, because they swap positions all the time. But for the email, the special characters are not important. But when programming, then my brackets are moving places and all of the other characters, right? Then I need to look into my keyboard and see, you know, where the character is. And by see, I don't mean that it is actually printed, because what is printed is the other keyboard that I'm not currently using. But I still have to look into the keys to remember, oh yeah, the asterisk is on Shift 8, right? Although it's printed at Shift plus position, right? Because it's Croatian print. So I'm just, I was just thinking about which keyboard layout I really want to stick to, because in using the shell, and I have used Linux and Unix shells since I was very little, I kind of prefer the US ISO layout for the Unix shell and for programming. But for typing emails in Croatian, this is a small problem. I'm gonna get to that in a second. But what I meant by US ISO is the US layout in software, but the keyboard hardware must be ISO layout, like vertical enter, not horizontal, because it doesn't matter too much if the enter is vertical or horizontal. I kind of my finger kind of used to press the place where both of them are intersecting, so that's not a big deal for me when they change the shape. However, there is one key that keeps shifting its position all of the time, because in US, not US, sorry, in ANSI layout, the pipe and backslash are above enter, while in ISO layout, the pipe and backslash are not above the enter, they are left of the enter. And this kind of slows me down when I need to think about where did my key move. It's not a big deal, but I want to increase my accuracy from 95% to as close as possible to 100%. And then I want to increase my speed without looking into the keyboard. And the only way I can do that is by stopping switching between ISO and ASCII and stopping switching between Croatian and US, right? So somebody said something that I already did. Vladimir says there is Croatian US with Croatian digraphs. I'm not using that one, but I'm using Croatian US. Let me show you. Keyboard. Look, I'm using Croatian US. I don't know if you can see it or if it's too small. So I'm using Croatian US, and there is another one. If you go to Croatian, you can see that there is also US with Croatian digraphs. I honestly have no clue what that is, because if you open US with Croatian digraphs, I don't know what the hell this keyboard is. I don't want this keyboard. It's horrible. Like, look at this shit. L, N, E, J. Look at this. This is completely. This is this is not normal. These keys are these keys are crazy. Like this keyboard is totally wrong in all kinds of ways. So definitely not US with creation digraphs. That one is completely crazy. The creation one is the one that I use normally, right? It's QWERTZ, like German, with the creation letters here, right? And also the @ sign is with the right Alt and V, same as in Serbian, right? And I actually am used to pressing that key. So which one I'm using is the creation US. And where is the other one? Let me just show it both to you, right? So I'm using this one, the bottom one, the creation US, because that's the legit US layout with the creation letters here, by holding the right Alt and typing the brackets and the pipe and the semicolon and stuff like that, right? So basically, I would get creation letters with 2 keys. So this kind of slows me down a little bit because I need to press 2 keys in order to get these. But I have doing this for quite a while now, and I got a lot faster in doing it. I will always be slower in writing emails by using 2 keys for 1 letter, but I did get a lot faster. And also, a US creation layout has the, if you can see it, the @ sign is where it is on the creation keyboard, but also it is where it is on the US keyboard. So both of these work at the same time. So if I make a mistake by pressing the right Alt and V, I will actually not make a mistake. I will get what I wanted. And also if I press Shift 2, I will also get the @ sign. So no harm done. And also the euro sign is on the right Alt and E, like it is on the creation keyboard, and that is also awesome. I actually use that sign a lot. So US creation is what I use now. And the only problem that remains, I don't know if the camera can catch it. The only problem that remains is this keyboard that I use. I need to switch the entire keyboard to ISO layout because this is driving me nuts. This key is in the wrong place, right? This key here must be here, right about here. So this keyboard is not doing me any favors. I mean, I could learn to live with that, but I prefer the ISO one because the pipe key is in a much better position. I like it a lot more. Czech, Serbian, Latin, QWERTY. I just closed it. Serbian, Latin, QWERTY. Serbian, Latin, QWERTY. It's different, but really similar. US creation doesn't have omega sign, but the rest. Oh, you have Cyrillic. Okay, I understand now. This is basically the version of the keyboard that I'm using, but with the special letters that you need. I mean, I don't know how much you type in Cyrillic. I assume that you type roughly equally. So it's just a matter of question on how difficult, how much you have as one stroke. No, you misunderstood me. You misunderstood me what I want. The Serbian Latin QWERTY doesn't solve my problem. Let me show it to you. I actually want the US layout. That's the thing. See on the bottom, right? Or, yeah. So on the bottom, when you press this sign, you get pipe and backslash. And also here you get slash, right? I actually want to be able to get these characters at one keystroke. I prefer to get the slash on one keystroke and the pipe over here. Then I want these letters, right? Basically, I want to use the US layout because I kind of prefer it, but I want it on ISO keyboard with big enter key. Dell says you can remap any key with auto hotkey. Yeah, I know I can remap, but there is no need to remap when there is already a keyboard layout that someone prepared for exactly my use case. So in this case, there is nothing to remap, right? The only thing I remapped is that I remapped the caps lock to be the control key. I don't know if you can see it, right? But I'm pressing the control key, right? I'm pressing the caps lock key, but on the screen you can see that that control is firing, right? That's what I did. The caps lock is useless. It's a key that I never used in my entire life. So I just remapped it to be the control key because on the old Unix systems, they used to have the control key on the left of A because for touch typing, it's like in your home row, like you can easily reach it if you need control something, right? It's if you're used to reaching for the control on the bottom, that's fine. I'm just saying that if you can unlearn this habit, then putting the control in the position of caps lock is actually faster. It is a little bit of a learning process because you need to unlearn where it usually is. So that's why I have both of them as the control key. I'm just trying to remember the new position because it's easier to reach. And I'm using a lot of Emacs. And in Emacs, I need control key a lot and stuff like that. So I may be talking too much and this doesn't matter too much to you guys, but I don't want to change my habits too much because when I get to someone else's computer, I will actually want to be able to use someone else's computer. So I'm not like one of those guys who will remap the entire keyboard and make no sense of it. And of course, the human brain can unlearn everything and relearn a completely something different, right? But that would kind of make a problem to me in real life if I change too many of things. Left of A is a proper place for control. Yeah, in KDE, sorry, I closed it again, but in KDE you can remap it really quickly. Control. I actually forgot key bindings. Configure keyboard options. Caps. Yeah, okay. So here in KDE you can do a quick fix for this, right? I don't know which one is this. Make caps lock. One of these. Like caps lock is additional control, something like that. Caps ctrl. This one, caps lock as control. This one will do the trick for you. I don't have this enabled because my actual hardware keyboard is remapped. So if I plug my keyboard into any computer, the caps will always be control, right? Because it's written into the keyboard firmware. But in KDE, you can just click this check mark here, and it will do the same thing for you. Discard. Okay, guys, it's 10 o'clock and we are only halfway there. So let's speed it up as much as we can. I need to open the window. It's a bit out of air here. I spent it all. Okay. An operating system environment includes the basic tools like command line shells and sometimes a GUI that you will need in order to get stuff done. But your environment will also come with a catalog of shortcuts and preset values. Here is where we will learn how to list, invoke, and manage those values. Finding your environment variables. So just how do we identify the current values for each of our environment variables? One way is through the env command. Where am I now? Wrong computer. Let's go back to the server. Env. Okay. User Dart, login name Dart, home Dart, path, user games, shell, KDE terminal. Old print working directory. Okay, so the env lists our environment variables. Okay, you will get a lot of output, much more than what is included in the above excerpt. But for now, note the path entry, right? The path entry. Let me see my path entry. Path is user local bin, user bin, bin, and user games. Okay. Which contains the directories where your shell and other programs will look for other programs without having to specify a complete path. With that said, you could run a binary that lives in user local bin from within your home directory, and it would run just as though the file was local. Let us change the subject for a moment. The echo command will print to the screen whatever you tell it to. Believe it or not, there will be many times when getting echo to literally repeat something will be very useful. Echo, how are you? Okay, let's do it just for the fun of it. Echo, how are you? Hi, how are you? Okay. But there is something else you can do with echo. When you feed it the name of an environment variable and tell it that this is a variable by prefixing the variable name with the $sign, then instead of just printing the variable's name, the shell will expand it, giving you the value. Not sure whether your favorite directory is currently in the path? You can quickly check by running it through the echo path. Okay, let's switch to the bash quickly just to be sure. Echo path, right? Creating new environment variables. You can add your own custom variables to your environment. The simplest way is to use the equals character. The string to the left will be the name of your new variable, and the string to the right will be its value. You can now feed the variable name to echo to confirm that it worked. La 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 equals, I don't know, echo, and then echo la la equals echo. Okay, that worked. In fish, you use set var name and then value. Yeah, that's that's why I switched to bash again, because although I use ZSH, I want to learn in the way that, you know, the exam will expect me to learn it, if that makes sense, right? Primarily, I want to learn for the exam, and then as a side quest, we can do the fish and ZSH and TCSH. Sorry, I tell two letter S. Notice that there is no space on either side of the equal sign during a variable assignment. But did it really work? Type bash into the terminal to open a new shell. This new shell looks exactly like the one you were just in, but it's actually a child of the original one, which we call the parent. Now inside this new child shell, try to get echo to do its magic the way it did before. Nothing? What is going on? So can we do echo here? It says nothing. Okay. A variable you create the way we just did is only going to be available locally within the immediate shell session. If you start up a new shell or close down the session using exit, the variable will not go along with you. Typing exit here will take you back to your original parent shell, which right now is where we want to be. Okay, let's exit. You can run echo once again if you like to confirm that the variable is still valid. Because why not? Yes, it is. Now type export my variable to pass the variable to any child shells you may subsequently open. Export lala and then do the bash. and then do the echo lala, and now it's still with us. Export my var to pass the variable to any child shells that you may subsequently open. Try it out. Type bash for a new shell and then echo. Export bash echo, and it still works. All this may feel a bit silly when we are creating shell for no real purpose, but understanding how shell variables are propagated through your system will become very important once you start writing serious scripts. Deleting environment variables. Want to know how to clean up all those ephemeral variables you created? One way is to simply close your parent shell or reboot your computer. But there are simpler ways, like for instance, unset. Typing unset without the dollar will kill the variable. Echo will prove that. Unset lala will kill it, and then if we echo, there is nothing here. If there is an unset command, then you can bet there must be a set command to go with it. Running set by itself will display lots of output, but it is really not all that different from what environment gave you. Look at the first line of the output you will get when you filter for path. Okay, set. Okay, set has a lot of stuff going on. Set grep path. Okay. Path equals in their example, and we have path equals. Maybe the better way to do it would be to path equals. Not sure if I need to use the quotes on here. I think I do. Or maybe not. Is this a one-liner? Oh, path equals is mentioning multiple times. Okay. What is the difference between set and env? For our purposes, the main thing is that set will output all variables and functions. Let us illustrate this. We will create a new variable called myNewVar, and then confirm it is there. myNewVar is goodbye. Echo myNewVar. It is here. Set grep path. Okay. Good to know. Now running env while using grep to filter for the string myNewVar will not display any output. Correct. But running set the same way will show us our local variable. Quoting to escape special characters. Now is a good time as any other to introduce you to the problem of special characters. Alphanumeric characters 8 to Z and 0 to 9 will normally be read literally by bash. If you try to create, who followed? Aaron, what just happened? Somebody followed me. I don't know what just happened. Somebody followed me somewhere because I got the notification, like a sound notification. I don't see it literally anywhere. Okay. Ghosts. If you try to create a new file called my file, you would just type touch followed by my file and Bash will know what to do with it. But if you want to include a special character in your file name, you will need to do a bit more work. To illustrate this, we will type touch and follow it by the title, my big file. The problem is that there are two spaces there between words, which Bash will interpret. While technically you would not call a space a character, it is like one in the sense that Bash will not read it literally. If you list the contents of your current directory rather than one file called my big file, you will see three file names named respectively my, big, and file. That is because Bash thought you wanted to create multiple files whose names you were passing in a list. Okay, so let's do this for fun. Okay, touch my big. My big, yes. The spaces will be interpreted by the same way if you delete the three files all in one command. Okay. Now let us try the right way. Type touch and the three parts of your file name, but this time enclose the name in quotation mark. This time it worked. Because of course it will work. Okay. There are other ways to get the same effect. Single quotes, for instance, work just as well as double quotes. Note that single quotes will preserve the literal value of all characters, while double quotes will preserve all characters except for dollar, backtick, backslash, and on certain cases, the exclamation mark. I'm reading this slower because I didn't really know this. Sometimes I used single quotes instead of the double quotes, but usually when I would do that is when one of my scripts has double quotes in the middle and I need to quote a bigger part that contains double quotes, then I would use single quotes on the outside. But I never really understood that single quotes will preserve the literal value of all characters, while double quotes will preserve all characters except these. This is kind of interesting. I need an empty folder. Touch la dollar and la. And now I have la, dollar, and la. And what about the single quotes? Sorry, I need lu. The effect is the same. I agree with Vladimir that knowing difference between the single quote and double quote is a must for scripting. But I did not manage to prove this. Why did the dollar sign end up as a part of my file name in both of the cases? What happened here? Without space? Ah. Cannot touch it. Can't touch this. Okay. Now it makes sense. Del says and between the double and single quotations can get really interesting when scripting expansion. I think you can escape the double quotes to reverse normal behavior. Let's try it. So this is what didn't work. And then like do this. Is this what you meant? Oh my. Oh my. Escape it? I know I can escape it. But we are learning the difference between double quotes and single quotes. The escape thing is the next thing that is in the PDF. But this is the result of this file is kind of interesting. Touch. Can I do this? Yeah, I can. Yeah, this is going to confuse someone who comes into this folder. Oops. Didn't work. What about this? It didn't work. Okay. So I can't inject a single quote into the file name, I suppose. Touch single quote. I actually can. Why wouldn't this work? I can't combine all these guys. Oh, I can actually. I don't know what I did. Oh my. No, this is disgusting. It's not what I actually wanted though. So we have one quote here. And then we have this. Let's delete these guys after the single quotes. So we only need to so we only need to backslash the double quotes. Or no, the single quotes, sorry. Did I do it right this time? No? What did it do? What did it do? Let's do it again. Let's remove the oh crap. Tel says try this. Touch this is a file name and see what you get. Double quotes have some characters reversed for special functions. Del says then set this equals double and rerun the same touch command. Well, let's give it a try. Remove everything. Touch dollar this is a file name. Is this what you said? Yeah, you did. And then you said this equals double. This equals double. Okay. Check out and rerun the same touch command. Dollar this is a file name. So this didn't enter the file name because it's double quotes. And now I rerun it. And now I get double as a file name. Yeah. Good shit. Good shit. Rerun touch again. It will just overwrite. Del, I already did that. I don't know if your stream is late or something. Rerun what? Did I not just the same touch command in your history? This is the same command in my history. Touch this is a file name, okay? I rerun it and type ls and it's overwritten. Oh, unless I didn't understand what you're asking of me. You somehow didn't this equals double. Okay, let's try to finish the lesson today, if possible. You should have a file named double is a file name. Well, I do have it. Look, I already have it. Yeah, I got it a long time ago. That's what I'm saying. Because you guys are telling me to rerun the command, and I'm telling you if I rerun the same command, I will get the same result. And I did rerun 3 times, and I got the same result 3 times. And you're still saying, you guys are still telling me to rerun the command, and I'm like repeating, like, you know, running the same command over and over and expecting a different result is a definition of insanity. Far Cry 3. I didn't play Far Cry games. Any. Prepending each special character with the backslash will escape the specialness of the character and cause Bash to read it literally. Touch my big escape character. Use the export command to add a new directory to your path. This will not survive a reboot. The next step was to try to escape the dollar. Oh, we can fool around with that soon. Let's use the export command to add a new directory to your path. If you know it, you can type in chat. To add a new directory to your existing path, right? So that would be export path equals $path, comma, slash my folder. Something like that, I think. Echo $path. Oh crap, it should have been a semicolon. Now I ruined it. It's not a comma, but semicolon. Yeah, I see that now. I ruined it. Export path equals this, just to get it back as it was. Yeah, so semicolon it is. Okay. I should have read the output first and then change it. Use the unset command to delete the path variable. Try running a command like sudo. Okay, let's where are you using a semicolon? Isn't a full colon? Yeah, it's a colon, yeah. Sorry, but I don't use the word colon or semicolon ever in my life. So I make verbal mistakes. I really did use the colon, and I thought about the colon, but I need to tell you I need to tell you the difference between my mother language, my mother tongue, and English, and then you will understand why I make a mistake, right? So you guys in English say colon, whatever that means, and another one is semicolon. So what a colon even is, except in my intestines. What is a colon in English? Like a colon of cars? Basically, it's in my stomach. In my stomach is the only colon that I know of. No, Del Anderson, what is a colon usually in English, without speaking of a character on the computer? What is actually a colon in real life? I'm asking, what else is it? It's a character. It's a part of the vowel, yeah. Is it anything else? Is there a third thing called colon? Vladimir, don't derail it. Don't derail my explanation. Anyways, so okay, Dale Anderson. So if I just type the dot, how would you read that? What is this character? It's a dot, and it's also a I forgot the other name. One is a dot, and the other one is period. Yeah, period. Okay, but period is also something that women have, so that's kind of funny. But okay, point. Okay, let's say that period is the best explanation on what this character is, right? So if I put this character, okay, sorry, let me make it bigger. If I put this character here, right, next to the period, why don't you Americans call it a double period? Because it kind of looks like two periods next to each other, so why not call it double period? You often say dot to shorten period. Okay, then it's dot. Why is it not a double dot? Right? Or full stop, then why is it not two full stops? Like this character here. Why is this character not called double dot? It's more a philosophical question. Because it's called colon. Okay, they'll understand. And now I'm getting to the reason why I'm discussing this with you in this way. I want to explain to you how my brain works, because no. Don't think that I am questioning English language. I'm not. I am merely asking the questions in order for you, the native English-speaking person, to just think about it for a second, and then I'm going to tell you, I don't want the answer. I just wanted you to think about it. That's all. And then I'm going to tell you how my mother tongue works, and subsequently how my brain is trained, right? That's the reason why I make mistakes. So in Croatian, the dot is called točka, but never mind the Croatian word točka. Let's just say that it's a dot, and the second character that I just typed in Croatian. So the first character in Croatian is called točka, and the other one is dvotočka. And what dvotočka means is basically two dots. This one is called dot, and this one is called two dots. in Croatian, or more precisely a double dot. So in Croatian, this is a dot and this is a double dot in my language, right? And then we have this character here. You call it comma. In Croatian, comma means zarez, right? And then this character here, you call it semicolon. So like a colon, but not exactly. So semi means like not fully a colon, right? But a semicolon. But in Croatian, this character here is zarez, this character here is točka, and this character here is dvotočka, and this character here is točka zarez. You know what I mean? So we call this character, if literally translated to English, this last character here is literally translated from Croatian to English, dot comma. This character, we call it dot comma. Right? So my brain works in a way that the reason why I have mistaken colon for semicolon is simply because I forgot. That's all. Because in order to for me as a Croatian to know what this character is and what this character is, I need to literally remember it. The names of these characters, right? Because this one has one name, this one has another name, but they are completely unrelated to their smaller cousins. While in Croatian, it's a combination of these that makes up the name. And that's why my brain kind of defaults to Croatian, and then I try to translate it. And while speaking fast on the live stream, I simply tell the wrong. I simply use the wrong definition. That's all. It's a silly mistake from not having enough practice by speaking these character names out loud. I know what they are, but I never really talked to anyone about these characters in English language until now, right? This is a rare occasion where I have to speak the name of this character out loud in English. Del says we still have the same problem, rote memorization of names. Ellipsis is 3 dots. Ellipsis is 3 dots. What does that mean? Like this? This is what you call ellipsis? But how do you tell if the 2 dots are on top of each other or after each other? Well, basically, like this, what you call colon, we call it dvotočka. And if you would put 2 dots in a row, we would probably say dvije točke. Like one is a double dot and the second one is 2 dots. I'm trying to literally translate, but it's not 100% translatable. But I did my best to make it as close as possible. For example, the gun with 2 barrels, right? You call it a double barrel gun, right? And in Croatian we call it the same, like maybe not the same actually. When I think of it, we call it dvocjevka, like dvocjevka means the first part, dvo means 2, and the second part of the word means ciev means like a barrel. So like a 2 barrel. but when you make it one word, it's not actually two barrel, it's actually double barrel. Wait until we get to brackets and braces and curly braces and square brackets. Yeah, that part I actually don't know. That I truly don't know, because colon and semicolon I actually used a couple of times. So this was a honest mistake. But the brackets things, whatnot, I don't know any of those names. And I guess you're going to have to teach me throughout the lessons. Use the unset command to delete a path variable. Let's do it. Unset path echo path. There is no path. Okay. So can we use sudo? Sudo no such file or directory. What happened and why? Exiting your shell will return you to your original state. So what happened and why? Basically, we deleted the path, so sudo doesn't have anywhere to pull from, right? Let me see if we can do the hash -r, and it still doesn't work. Okay, so we just unset the path variable, and we need to set it again. Export path. And now sudo works. Okay. Dell says best to stay with Python then. No, I'm fine with C, learning C, but it's just that it's harder for me to speak in English about it. It's not a problem to learn the programming language. It's more of a problem of verbalizing it, what the code says. Demland rep says deleted the variable path that points to executables. Yeah. Explorational. Search the internet to find and explore the complete list of special characters. Do we really need to do that? That kind of seems like a no-brainer lesson. Oops. Oh. Well, stupid exercise. Try running commands using strings made up of special characters and using various methods to escape them. Didn't we just do that 10 minutes ago? Let me reread this. Try running commands using strings made up of special characters. Yeah, we definitely did exactly that. Are there differences between the ways these methods behave? Yeah, we did all that. Yeah, there is a difference between how double quotes behave, how single quotes behave, and how escape character / behaves, definitely. Okay, in summary, let's see the answers. Use the export command to add a new directory to your path. You can temporarily add a new directory in your home directory to your path using the export path equals home something colon and then $path. That's what we did. Create a simple script in my files directory, make it executable, and try to run it from a different directory. Yeah, it will run. These commands assume you're in the home directory, which contains a directory called my files. There is no reason to do this. We know for a fact that it will execute if it is within the path. Use the unset command to delete the path variable. We did. Typing unset path will erase the current path settings. Trying to invoke a binary without its absolute address will fail. For that reason, trying to run a command using sudo, which itself is a binary program located on this address, will fail unless you specified the absolute location, as in user bin sudo and then bin cat and then add this shadow. Okay, you can reset your path using export or by simply exiting from the shell. Yeah, I didn't exit the shell. I just refilled my path again. Answers to exploration and exercise. Search the internet to find the complete list of special characters. So these are the characters that are supposed to be like really special, right? Try running commands using strings. Escaping using the double quotes will preserve the special values. Okay. They meant special characters in bash shell. Damn trap says. I suppose. Del says, I think those are the same special characters that website require in passwords. Perhaps. Let me try like this. What are special characters in bash? List them all. I mean, if we have these large language models, why not use them occasionally? The home, the star matches any character. The question mark matches a single character in a file name. A dollar used to prefix from a variable. The semicolon used as a command separator. Yeah, we use that often. The end character used to run a process in the background. Not sure how many of you knew this, but this is a very frequent thing to do on Unix systems, like ending your command with the end. So basically it drops it to the background immediately and exits back to your shell, if it is a command that is supposed to run for a while, right? So that you get your shell back, so you can use it while the thing in background is running. Pipe used to pipe the output. What do you call these characters? These arrow thingies used to redirect input and output. I do know that. Used Damlan trap says less than. Really? It's called less than? I mean, in math, yeah, but what is it called in bash? Or as a character? Less than, greater than. Okay. Okay. I thought it had a special name or something. Two of the more of how is this called? Two of the greater thans together are used to append output to a file. Okay, so I used double greater, says Demland Trap. Left arrow or right arrow sometimes. I understand the sometimes part because it's not actually an arrow, but okay. Used to append output to a file. Okay, I use this frequently, and also this one, because for those of you who who didn't, I think that you all know this, but just for the guys who are watching video on demand and maybe don't know. So if you're doing an output with two of them, it's an append. If you do the output with just one of them, then it will overwrite. So this is what I mean, right? We don't, let's remove everything from this folder, so there is nothing here. So let's touch a file, and now we have a file, right? And let's echo something to a file, right? And then when we cut a file, now we have something in the file, right? And if we echo something else, in the file, again with just one arrow, it will overwrite the entire file. And if we now cut the file, it will be something else in the file. And if we do the double arrow thingy to the right and put something more into the file, right? This will now append into the file. And now our file contains something else and something more, right? Because we did not overwrite the file. This is useful for when you're maybe using some kind of a log file and you want to collect one log of the output of something into a file and append another output, so you have both of them for safekeeping or something like that. Stars or asterisks used to escape the next character, making it literal. Is this like 4 asterisks in a row? This should be backslash. This should be backslash. The AI is mistaken. I'm going to teach the AI. You made a mistake with look. So he apologized and did the same mistake again. Okay, stupid AI. Used for full quoting, which prevents any expansion within the quotes. Used for partial quoting, which allows variable and command expansions. Okay. Okay, this is a good explanation here. Used for partial quoting, which allows a variable and command expansion within the quotes. We already know that by now, after we went through the entire lesson, but it's good to see it. It's good to see it explained in this way, right? Used to execute commands in a subshell. Okay, this explanation is actually a bit unknown to me, but it definitely smells like scripting. Used for matching any characters enclosed within them. I'm not sure if this is correct. But let's go back to the PDF and see what it says. Oh, we're done. I thought that it will. Are we done? Try running a command. Oh, we already did that. Dell, I don't know. This is large language model output, right? This is brave AI trying to play smart. So for any of these, we should press the source and then see what is actually going on, right? Because the large language model can sometimes interpret things in a wrong way. Yeah. I agree. Don't trust AI answers for anything important. That's why I use it just for a quick answer, and then if I am not satisfied, I look it up or click on the source from where it is getting his. But apparently, this is correct. You guys know it and I know it, but I'm afraid that the new kids on the block that are growing up these days, they might get themselves entangled in a bunch of wrong AI answers, and then they will get a low grade in their school by being caught cheating because they wrote an answer in the test that is a clear like a wrong AI answer. I'm just saying it's an extreme high possibility that stuff like this is going to start happening. Goody. Philcon says that actually happened in my class and a group of people did it. Ah, interesting. Obviously, it's been a while since I was in school, so there was no large language models back then. Actually, when I was in school, my teacher my math teacher told me that I am not allowed to use the calculator in the math exam because not always will I have the calculator in my pocket in my life, and I need to learn math without the calculator. Demlan Trap says, I really hate writing and reading regex patterns. Yeah, regex is weird. But AI can do it very, very well. Jeremy says, no calc club represent. No, regex sucks. I had to do a regex recently at my work. I just don't get it. I just used AI. I mean, one of the large language models to make it for me. Anyone should learn SED as well. I agree. I'm pretty sure that we will get to SED command sooner or later. SED solves so many things. In case anyone is wondering, let's do the man. Stream editor for filtering and transforming text. Well, we will get to that at some point. My back hurts. Falcon says, what is regex? Regex is a regular expression. This helps you match things. Let's say when you are searching for something, but you need to do a complex search, right? We're going to use the AI to make an example. I'm not good with regex, so I'm just gonna use my little Santa's little helper to explain it, right? That's not an example. Okay, so this is regex, right? So it's literally as it says. Here is a regex pattern that matches most common email addresses, right? So roughly you can see that it's using letters, numbers, something here, and then it's using the @ sign. The plus probably means that @ must be present, and then some more characters, and then plus means once again that it needs to have the dot, but it's being escaped. And basically this regex pattern means this is an email address, right? Nothing irregular about it. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I apologize. I apologize for not showing the screen, but here you go. This is a regex pattern that is literally an email address, right? So, for example, a good example would be if you are making a web page with a contact form, and you want your contact form to have a field that is an email address, and then the one who is contacting you with your web page contact form, that person must type in their email address, and by using a regular expression such as this one, you will verify in the JavaScript that the person who is contacting you has indeed typed his email address and did not put in the email field something else, right? So you can modify this. This is not a universal way to catch an email address, but it's pretty close, right? So basically, here is an explanation. This character here, whatever the name is, asserts the position at the start of the string, and this matches one or more character that can be lowercase, uppercase, digits, and then the dot, and then it basically catches the email address, right? Roughly. It's not. It could be. It may could be mistaken, right? But roughly it will match an email address, right? And then you can make it if the person who is inputting this field did not match this regex pattern, then display the message you have not typed a correct email address. Please fix this and show this message in a red text, right? That's what regex is used for, and this is one of the easiest examples, right? Dell says regex really needs a utility to create regex patterns. working with regex feels like programming with assembly language. I wouldn't say that it reminds anyone. I mean, it shouldn't remind anyone on assembly, but yeah, there is. As Jeremy said, there are online utilities that do that for you. Yeah, there are. I used them previously before the AI age. Like type something like regex generator, right? Close, paste a sample text, right? Like dart at myemail.com. A regular expression. This is not a good expression. Give us an example of the text you want to match using your regex. We will provide you with some ideas on how to build. Which part of this text are interesting to you? Okay, so one arbitrary character. Okay, multiple characters here. Do we drag it or what? Oh, okay, so you click it here and then you get it below, and then we have at. It must be a character at. Okay, we did that as well. And then my email, like multiple characters. Okay, we're building it, right? And then it must be just the dot. Okay, we have the dot here, plus, and the escape character and the dot. And then com, you can do the one arbitrary character, or you can use the multiple characters, right? So basically, we got this one, right? But this is generally a fine way to make an email address, right? From a regex builder. Where was the previous result? Yeah, the AI's version also incorporates the special characters in the email address, such as what is that? The underscore, percent sign, and the dots. Yeah, okay. So you have to think about it when you're building it, right? I mean the regex generators. Don't forget to thumbs up. Yeah, don't forget to thumbs up, definitely, because we are going to end the stream. I think the regex generators are a better way to learn, if not how to make regex patterns on your own, then at least to get a better understanding of how they behave. Because if you just use the large language model to give you the final result, you will get to the end result much faster, but you're probably going to learn slower. So that's why when people ask me why am I not using the what is called the GUI for virtual machines. What is the name of the popular GUI for Linux virtual machines? No. No VirtualBox. The actual operating system, Proxmox. This. No. I meant Proxmox. So people asked me when I made crap. Why can't I show this image? Maybe here. Yeah. So when I made the video about how to make VMs work on Debian, then if you go to that video, you can see in the comments some people asked why not use Proxmox because it's a lot easier. Well, the answer is I don't want it to be easy, right? Because that doesn't make too much sense for me. I mean, it's a subjective thing, right? I don't want to get things done. I want to learn. And learning and getting things done can eventually meet, but it's different paths to the end goal, right? Because I think Proxmox is better suited for professionals who already know how everything works under the hood. So now they don't have to spend too much. They don't have to waste too much time on manually configuring everything, and just can do the point and click adventure with the virtual machines, because this is literally the same things as what I did, right? QEMU and KVM, but with the GUI. And if you start making virtual machines with this GUI before you learn anything, and eventually you will stumble upon some kind of a problem which this GUI will not be able to solve, and then you will not be able to solve it because you have no clue what's going on. Something broke and the GUI is not capable of fixing itself, and then you're in trouble, right? I really think that it's infinitely better way to learn things from within the guts of the system, like truly manually with your own bare hands. And once you're fully proficient, then by all means switch to using the GUI. I think GUI is for professionals and not for new users. That's my opinion. The widescreen. You don't want the widescreen. Okay, sorry. But we have the widescreen here all of the time, so it's nothing new. Like learning to drive a stick shift. Well, in my country, you cannot learn to drive an automatic because when you go to the car school, what is it called in English? The school for driving a car, right? There is no school that teaches you to drive an automatic car. No such thing exists. The only type of a car that you can learn driver's education. Okay, so the only driver's education in Croatian is to learn a manual. You can purchase an automatic car later on, but in order to get your license, there is only one type of a license, and this is by learning the manual shift. What I'm saying, in my country, there is no way to pass an exam on an automatic car. That thing doesn't exist. Dell says learned on a stick shift, but I still prefer driving automatic in city traffic. I agree about that. I definitely agree with you. But I have I don't have a different opinion. It's just that my opinion is slightly subjective on this topic. Philcon says, yeah, you're right. When I teach someone Linux, I give them a bare bones Arch with Tmax so that they can learn without a GUI. Jeremy says we should import that to United States. Manual shift every day, says Joao Xavier. It's not that black and white for me. Me personally, while I am in the city traffic, I call this transportation. And for transportation, I absolutely prefer an automatic gearbox because I really don't want to be bothered with constant shifting while I am transporting myself or someone else. However, for driving, I absolutely prefer the manual stick because driving is a term that I use for fun, right? Driving is how would I put it? The word driving is not the same as transportation. Transportation is when I want to get from point A to point B, and driving is when I sit in the car with only one goal, and that is to drive the car. That is the only goal. I'm not going anywhere. I'm actually just driving. That's when I absolutely need the stick shifter, because that's the only way to have fun with a car. Automatic doesn't give you any fun. I mean, to some degree, it still is fun, but you can't actually control the car with an automatic shifter. It just doesn't work. The manual shifter, in my opinion, is the only way how you can fully get how you can get the full control of the car, right? So it's by using an automatic gearbox, you lose a part of the control of the car to a certain degree. I mean, Formula 1 drivers and the rally drivers, they use what's the name of their gearbox? It's not automatic, but it's not manual either. It's called there is a third type, but I forgot the name. Gear control not found. Joao, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Xavier, but you love to drive a manual shift. That's the part of the fun. Yeah, that's correct. That's the part of the fun. It's just that when I'm going to work, I usually get stuck in traffic, and I'm really not having fun sitting in traffic, right? So, when the traffic moves a little bit, then you need to clutch in, shift into the first gear, then clutch out a little bit and add a little bit of gas, and then your car moves just a little bit because the traffic is crawling, and then you need to clutch in again and shift back to the neutral, and then sit and wait again and do that for a long time. It's just very annoying because that's not driving. That's torture. Dell says exactly, Linux Renaissance, you nailed it. Reminds of our other discussion elsewhere, while Linux seems to be used mostly by people who like to tinker with an operating system rather than use it for something else. Yeah, that's regarding to our conversation earlier, because I am approaching this entire topic from a kind of a system administrator perspective, right? Because if I'm going to do this as my job, and I am doing it, then it's not just the GUI that will get me to the end goal, right? Because when you get yourself in a scenario when something is broken with the GUI, you will most probably either want to know what is the trouble, even if the GUI is broken, or someone else from your organization is going to replace you. And that's not good for your potential increase to your monthly salary. If you understand this perspective that I'm making, right? If someone else, can replace you, then maybe I didn't explain it properly, but I think it's better if you are the one who is marked in your company as a problem solver. Continuously variable and dual clutch transmissions, both of them are a part of not being manual, right? Dual clutch is an automatic gearbox, and continuously variable is not an automatic gearbox, but it's more like a gearbox with unlimited gears, which accelerates by shifting unlimited amounts of gears. But for the rally cars, I'm still trying to remember the name of the gearbox. They have something like a half manual, half automatic gearbox, but it's not called like that. Let's ask around. This sequential gearbox. That's the word I was looking for. Sequential gearbox. These gearboxes are not automatics, but are designed to be shifted manually by the driver, often using pedals or levers without the need to clutch a pedal. Yeah, so sequential is the word I was looking for, not Tiptronic. Sequential is when you manually. I don't want to go. Maybe I do. Let's go. So with the normal manual car, you have the H design of the gearbox, right? So the first one is up left, second one is left down, third one is to the right up, right? But for each shift, you need to press the clutch in order to change the gear, and then release the clutch to catch it, right? Sequential gearbox is very unlike the manual one, but also very unlike the something like double clutch, right? Double clutch, the ones that Volkswagen have popularized. These are actually like two clutches that kind of shift the odd and even gears, but the sequential one, it has the gears in order. So if you're driving a rally car and you have the manual operated sequential gear shifter, basically what you do, if you're in the first gear and then you want to go into the second gear, you just push it forward, and if you want to go to the third gear, you just push it forward again, And if you want to go to the fourth gear, you just push it forward again. You literally just push it to the next and the next, but it's not a Tiptronic. Tiptronic is when you touch a button which orders the electronics and the brain of the car to do some shifting for you. But you're not shifting. You're just giving an order to the computer to shift the gear instead of you, right? But with the sequential shifter, you are the one who is doing the actual shifting, right? So you need to invest your muscle and some effort into actually, pushing the gears, right? It's just that it's not H type. It's doing it in order. Duck go. Let me find if I can find anything. I don't know if this is good. Left versus right, reverse lockout. This is not a good picture. Let me just catch up with chat. Some trucks have an automated manual transmission which uses electronics to control a manual transmission. Yeah, that's still automatic. Eaton makes AMT, I think, increases fuel economy over manual. Jeremy says no clutch pedal to engage first. Automated manual. The sequential is not automated manual. There is nothing automatic about it. The sequential is fully manual. It's just that there is no clutch. Let me try with a video. This may be a lot better. Let's not use the sound. I don't want YouTube to punish me for watching YouTube videos. Does he have anything else than a drawing board? No, he doesn't. Okay. Well, you can look it up on your own. Oh, there we go. This is how it looks from a driver's perspective, right? Like neutral 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You just push it. You can see the number on his gear counter, right? So what he's doing, he's just pushing it forward and forward again and forward again. How gear shifting works in sequential. I want to see the mechanics. I know it roughly, but not from what it looks internally. Oh, this may be a good one. This animation that's coming may be a good one. Okay, so you're the one that's pushing these strange objects, right? And it's turning, right? You're literally turning it and turning it again. See, and turning it again, right? So your hands are the one that are pushing the actual gears, right? And it is turning, and what happens in the rest of the system is probably not being animated here. Sorry for skipping, but are sequential faster than others? Well, you're doing it manually, so It would be probably better if we would listen to what these guys are saying, but I don't want to. Anyways, Dell says that's just an automatic without the torque converter. That part I actually don't know how exactly it works. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but torque converter, is torque converter only being engaged at very slow speeds, like when you're crawling through the through your I don't know, through the traffic? Is that where when the torque converter is actually converting torque, like in really slow speeds, and once you start moving, then it actually shifts gears in a more regular kind of way. I'm actually not that good. I don't have the appropriate knowledge with torque converter. Pretty much nowadays, otherwise direct locked for fuel efficiency. Yeah, okay. So the old torque converters used to convert torque with all the gears, because nowadays I'm pretty sure they are only used, as you said, just for crawling. Jeremy says torque converter is an automatic version of clutch. No, that's not true. Automatic version of a clutch is the most stupid automatic possible. For example, if you take Opel Corsa, like 1.4 engine from, I don't know, the year 2000, and it is automatic, that one is like literally a manual shifter with an automated robot attached to it. So for the driver, it seems like an automatic, but the gearbox is completely identical to the manual gearbox. It's just that it has a robot attached to it, and the robot is the one changing the gears literally in the same way as you do it, as you would do it on a manual. You can even detach the robot. It's not an actual robot, but it doesn't have eyes and ears. But the mechanics is actually detachable from the transmission, and you can convert it back to the manual if you would. Vladimir is laughing at Opel. Yeah, I used Opel as a good example of a car that I know for a fact used these manual transmissions that are automated. They call it automatic, but it's the stupidest automatic ever produced in the entirety of the history of the automatic transmissions of all of the cars in the world. And it's not just Opel. A lot of car brands did it. I just cannot point a finger to a specific other car. I just know for a fact for this particular car that used such a stupid transmission, and it's really slow. Dell says yes, the original automatic was basically slipping converter, all 1 or 2 gears, I think, plus a torque converter. Yeah, I think for modern traffic, the modern torque converters are really good, because, for example, if you drive a modern Mercedes or a Volkswagen, they all use modern double clutch systems. And what the problem with these is in at least in my city, it's we have really high traffic. So my average speed of my car, I have a board computer in my car which tells me what is my average speed, and my average speed is 19 kilometers per hour. Let me just convert it. Okay, so that's like roughly 12 miles per hour. That's my average speed of my car. Okay. You're like a bicycle? Yeah, correct. So I do a lot of car driving around my city, and this is my average speed of my car. And the reason why this is my average speed is because I get stuck in traffic so much that my stuckiness decreases the average of my driving speed. I often actually, when I go to work, I often drive this fast because there is a part of the city where there is literally no traffic and everyone drives this fast. I mean the speed limit. The speed limit is 50, so that would be 31 in USA. But literally everyone drives like this in this little part, right? It's not a racing highway or nothing. It's just a little part of the city where for some reason everyone drives fast. And when you take this into consideration and the fact that I get stuck in traffic a lot, then you get this as an average, right? But the part when I get stuck in traffic a lot is not good for dual clutches, because if you want to crawl, then dual clutch is going to slip in the same way that the manual is slipping. I'm not saying that it will wear out like really soon, because they are designed to withstand this kind of usage, but for a fact, both the dual clutch systems and the manual transmissions are going to wear out sooner than you will have the need to change the oil in the torque converter, right? Dale Anderson says, better edit this part of the video. You think YouTube is going to punish me? You really think that YouTube is going to punish me for the fact that for the fact that they know that I have been driving faster than a sign on the road is saying, or what? Leo, you mean the AI of the Brave? I don't get it. I did nothing against YouTube terms of service. Yeah, you know what I'm laughing at? This is what I'm laughing at. I literally used Leo to convert. Just saying. You're busted, yeah. No, I'm not busted. The only way that the law enforcement officer can bust me is by catching me with any type of officially with any type of official speedometer, right? That they use, like a laser guided one or a radar guided one or whatever. No. Dale Anderson, It may have happened in a UK or USA, I don't know, but not in my country. Here you have to be caught. Just by saying out loud that you have been driving fast doesn't make you a criminal. You know, if I said that I have shoplifted, I cannot go to jail for that. There is no law that can punish people for claiming that they have been speeding. This is something that we call, in Croatian, it's ribičke priče, which would kind of translate to fisherman's story. I don't know if that makes sense to you, what fishermen's stories are. Good point regarding free speech, bringing us back to free open source software. Free speech exaggeration. No, I didn't mean exaggeration. So I don't know. The AI thinks that in American language it's fisherman's tales. Oh, exaggerated or tall tales. Okay, so, but this word is misleading, I think. But okay, I think we are on the same. I think we are in sync right now. I think we are in sync, although this word is kind of. This word is not what I would use. We have the exact same word, like this in Croatian, but we don't use it for this context. So I would stick to this one as the best translation of what I meant. You know, like when people say like, I have a car which I drive 400 miles per hour. This is a clear, fisherman's tale. It's not even an exaggeration because no car can do 400 miles per hour. No such car exists. Tall tale is a good translation. I don't know. I use Tall Tale to play Sea of Thieves video game. There is a story mode which is called Tall Tales. So I kind of remembered Tall Tales as quests. Boasting without evidence. Yeah, pretty much. This is my favorite video games. Sea of Thieves features tall tales, so-called tall tales, which are lengthy, story-driven quests with a focus on the game's lore. But the name of these quests is literally tall tales, right? That's why I now have a problem with with. I didn't know that this meant anything when I played this video game. I just meant that it's just a name of a quest, right? It's good to learn new things. I just need to unlearn what I learned in order to learn what this actually means. Okay, guys, it's midnight. It's only 4 of us here, and just 1 or 2 on Twitch chat. So, oh crap! Someone was in my Twitch chat previously. Cerdovulme. I don't know if you're still in chat. Let me just bring it up here. So Cerdovulme says that I find that LPIC 1 exams cost is expensive. So if you're still here, I don't know if I should even give you my opinion on this, because it's a bit subjective. I mean, if you're certifying yourself just to prove to yourself that you have learned it, then yes, it is expensive. If you're certifying yourself in order to have some kind of a paper to prove to your potential employer that this is your skill, then no, it's not expensive in my opinion, because the fact that you have paid this money for the reason to get a better job or a job at all, this means that the exam will literally pay for it. The exam will pay for itself, right? So from one perspective, the exam is too expensive and a waste of money. And from a different perspective, the exam is literally free of charge. It's gratis. So depending from which angle you're approaching, it can either be a waste of money or it can be free, as in gratis. But I would never say that it is too expensive. It's either this or that, right? Vladimir says it was a nice run, and thank you all. Yeah, anyways, let me shut down everything. And thank you very much for hanging out. And I'm gonna see you probably on Saturday when I'm going to do a random stream for no reason at all. Del Anderson, good night all. And bye to everyone, bye to Twitch.